Hey sleepyheads, hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. Growing up, my dad always believed that the outdoors was the best cure for any stress. He'd spend his summers as a teenager camping in the back country, so it felt natural for him to pass the tradition down to my brother and me. We'd spent countless weekends beneath towering pines and beside quiet lakes, sharing ghost stories by the fire. Camping trips had always been something we eagerly anticipated, a break from school and work, a time for family bonding. So when my parents suggested a weekend camping trip up to Blue Ridge Creek, we all jumped at the chance. It was an isolated place, somewhere off the beaten path, away from the usual tourist spots. Dad said he'd stumbled across it in some old hiking guidebook from the 80s. Mom loved the idea of escaping the crowds, and my younger brother Liam was always up for adventure. We packed quickly, excitement fueling our efforts. The station wagon was loaded with sleeping bags, tents, a cooler stocked with sandwiches and sodas, and all the gear we'd accumulated over the years. It was mid-September, a perfect balance between summer warmth and autumn chill. We hit the road early Friday morning, the radio playing softly as we left the city behind. The drive took hours, passing through small towns and winding along country roads before finally turning onto a dirt trail that seemed barely wide enough for our car. My dad drove slowly, carefully maneuvering around potholes and fallen branches. The deeper we went, the denser the forest became, closing around us until it felt like the rest of the world had faded away completely. Eventually, Dad pulled the car into a grassy clearing shaded by thick clusters of trees on all sides. It felt isolated, untouched, exactly the kind of place we loved. We quickly unloaded the car, setting up 2 tents, one for my parents and one for Liam and me. Afterward, we built a fire pit and gathered firewood from the surrounding woods. Liam joked around, trying to scare me with fake spider sightings and creepy rustling noises, but I ignored him, used to his pranks. As the sun began to set, we sat around the fire, roasting hot dogs and marshmallows, listening to Dad's stories from his younger days of backpacking through the wilderness. It was a calm night, with nothing unusual beyond the comforting sounds of crickets and the occasional distant owl call. But late that night, as Liam slept soundly beside me, I woke suddenly, unsettled by a strange feeling. I lay still in my sleeping bag, listening closely, trying to identify what had disturbed me. Everything seemed quiet, too quiet. I slowly unzipped the tent flap and peeked out, my heart hammering slightly. Outside, the fire had burned down to glowing embers, casting a faint, flickering glow over the clearing. Nothing appeared out of place. As I turned to settle back down, movement at the edge of the clearing caught my eye. Squinting into the darkness, I saw a figure standing at the tree line, motionless, facing our camp. My breath caught sharply, and a cold prickle raced down my spine. I nudged Liam awake, whispering urgently, "Hey Liam, wake up." He stirred groggily, rubbing his eyes. "What's wrong?" "There's someone out there," I whispered, pointing discreetly toward the figure. Liam peered through the opening, squinting sleepily. After a moment, he shook his head. "I don't see anything." But I was certain. "Right there," I insisted quietly, "by the big pine tree." He stared harder, then slowly nodded, his expression shifting from skeptical to concerned. "Yeah, okay, I see it now. Who is it?" "I don't know," I admitted uneasily. "Maybe another camper." "But they're just standing there," Liam muttered, "not moving at all." The two of us sat silently, watching the figure. Minutes passed, feeling endless. The stranger didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there, silent and still. Eventually, Liam whispered nervously, "Should we wake Mom and Dad?" I hesitated, unsure what to do. Maybe it was just another camper, curious or lost. But the longer we watched, the more unnatural their stillness seemed. Eventually, though, exhaustion won out. The figure remained motionless, and my eyes grew heavy again. "Maybe they're just lost or something," I whispered uncertainly. "If they're still there in the morning, we'll tell Dad." Liam nodded hesitantly, and we both settled back into our sleeping bags. Sleep didn't come easily, but eventually I drifted off, unable to shake the feeling of eyes watching me through the thin tent walls. Morning came, bright and clear, bringing relief and warmth. We quickly left the tent, glancing nervously toward the tree line. There was nothing there now, no trace of whoever had stood silently watching our campsite. I began to doubt what we'd seen, blaming it on our imaginations and the darkness. Breakfast was quiet. Liam and I exchanged uneasy glances but said nothing to our parents about the stranger. Dad suggested a hike after eating, hoping to explore the woods around our camp. We agreed eagerly, desperate to leave last night's uneasiness behind. The hike was pleasant, reassuringly ordinary. We walked through lush green forests, crossed small creeks, and found deer tracks along muddy paths. Dad pointed out landmarks, making sure we'd find our way back easily. The strange figure from the previous night felt distant, almost dreamlike now. By the time we returned to our campsite in late afternoon, the forest felt normal again. My parents prepared dinner, while Liam and I played cards near the fire pit. As darkness fell once more, we relaxed, enjoying the warmth and company. But just as the fire began casting shadows across the clearing, Liam froze mid-move, his eyes wide. "They're back," he whispered urgently. My pulse quickened instantly, dread tightening my chest. I followed his gaze toward the woods. At the tree line, standing motionless once again, were three figures, this time silhouettes barely visible in the fading daylight, each one perfectly still, facing our camp. "Liam, what's wrong?" Mom asked, noticing his expression. Liam pointed nervously. "Someone's out there." Mom and Dad turned quickly, eyes searching the tree line. My father stood up immediately, calling out clearly, "Hello? Can we help you?" No answer came. The figures remained silent, unmoving, as if carved from stone. A tense silence settled over our campsite. Dad glanced at Mom, then grabbed his flashlight, moving cautiously toward the woods. "Stay here," he said firmly. I watched anxiously as he approached the figures, the beam of his flashlight piercing the darkness. But before he reached them, the figures stepped silently backward, disappearing into the shadows as suddenly as they'd appeared. Dad returned, his expression uneasy. "They're gone," he murmured. "Must be some local kids playing around." But I knew by his tone he wasn't convinced. We sat uneasily around the fire, watching the woods, the comfort of our family getaway evaporating into tense silence. That night, as Liam slept nervously beside me, I lay awake, straining to hear even the slightest sound from outside. Everything was quiet, too quiet again. My stomach tightened painfully as I wondered who these silent watchers were and what they wanted from us. Deep down, I knew the peace we'd sought in this remote campsite was over. We were not alone here, and whatever was out there, watching silently from the darkness, wasn't ready to let us go. Sleep was impossible. Each minute dragged on endlessly as I stared at the tent ceiling, my thoughts racing. Every sound outside, branches creaking, leaves rustling, made me tense, waiting for the next sign of the strangers who'd silently observed us from the woods. Beside me, Liam shifted restlessly in his sleeping bag, occasionally murmuring uneasily in his sleep. I envied him for even being able to drift off. By the time the gray light of dawn filtered through the tent fabric, I was exhausted, nerves frayed by hours of hypervigilance. I sat up slowly, rubbing my eyes, hoping daylight would offer some relief from the relentless tension of the night. Quietly, I unzipped the tent flap and peered out cautiously. The campsite appeared undisturbed, exactly as we'd left it. The fire pit was cold and quiet. Our camping chairs circled it like sentinels. Our parents' tent was still zipped tight, the soft sound of Dad's gentle snoring reassuringly normal. The oppressive feeling of being watched seemed to fade slightly with daylight, but a lingering sense of unease remained deep in my chest. Liam stirred awake behind me, sitting up groggily. "Are they gone?" he asked immediately, fear edging his voice. "I don't see anyone," I replied softly, trying to sound reassuring, though I wasn't convinced myself. He crawled to the tent opening and scanned the clearing nervously. His shoulders relaxed visibly when he saw the empty woods. "Maybe Dad was right," he said hopefully. "Just some kids trying to scare us." "Yeah," I agreed unconvincingly, stepping outside and stretching stiff muscles. The morning air was crisp and cool, heavy with dew and the earthy scent of the forest. For a moment, I allowed myself to believe we'd imagined it, that our minds had played tricks in the darkness. But that comforting illusion shattered instantly when I glanced toward the far side of our campsite. Near the tree line, partially hidden by thick undergrowth, something stood out starkly against the natural surroundings. Slowly, my heart pounding in my chest, I walked closer. Liam followed silently behind, eyes wide with apprehension. There, driven firmly into the soft ground, was a large wooden stake. Tied roughly to it was a scrap of torn white cloth, fluttering gently in the morning breeze. It looked like a makeshift marker or some kind of crude sign, placed deliberately while we'd slept. I swallowed hard, glancing around the empty forest. "This wasn't here yesterday," I whispered nervously. Liam shook his head slowly. "What does it mean?" I had no answer. Fear began to gnaw at me again, even stronger than before. Whatever this was, it meant we hadn't imagined last night's visitors. Someone or something had been here, silently moving around our campsite, leaving this strange warning behind. Just then, Dad emerged from his tent, stretching and yawning loudly. "Good morning," he called cheerfully, unaware of our discovery. When he saw us standing stiffly near the edge of the clearing, his expression shifted immediately. "What is it?" he asked sharply, moving quickly to join us. I pointed wordlessly at the stake. Dad's eyes narrowed in confusion and suspicion. He knelt beside it, examining the cloth closely. "Looks deliberate," he muttered, glancing uneasily toward the dense forest. "Someone definitely put this here overnight." Mom approached cautiously, sensing our anxiety. "What's wrong?" Dad stood, his expression grim. "We weren't alone last night. Whoever was watching us left this." Mom's eyes widened with alarm. "Should we leave?" Dad hesitated, clearly torn. "We should at least move," he said finally, sounding reluctant but firm. "There's another spot I remember passing on the way in, closer to the main trail. It's probably safer there." We quickly packed our belongings, working silently and swiftly. Every movement felt urgent, charged with tension. Within an hour, the car was loaded, and we set off down the narrow dirt road, following Dad's directions carefully. The second campsite felt less isolated, closer to civilization, though still remote. We set up quickly, working in silence, glancing frequently toward the woods around us. The tension eased slightly once the tents were up and our belongings unpacked again. Dad insisted we'd be safer here, and I desperately wanted to believe him. The day passed quietly, but we couldn't relax fully. Every snapping twig, every rustling leaf made us jump, hearts racing, until we confirmed nothing lurked nearby. Even Liam, usually carefree, was quieter than usual, casting anxious glances toward the surrounding trees. As darkness approached again, Dad built a large fire, larger than usual, as if trying to hold the encroaching night at bay. Mom cooked dinner quickly, and we ate quietly, conversation strained and awkward. None of us wanted to admit how deeply shaken we felt. Afterward, we sat silently around the fire, watching sparks drift upward into the night sky. The forest around us was eerily quiet, the usual nighttime sounds muted or absent entirely. My nerves frayed further with each passing minute. Dad eventually broke the silence, trying to sound reassuring. "I'm sure we'll be fine here. We're closer to the main trail. People camp here all the time." But his voice lacked conviction, and we all knew it. As the night grew deeper, Liam yawned nervously, exhaustion finally overtaking his fear. "I'm going to bed," he murmured quietly, standing and moving quickly to our tent. I stayed near the fire, reluctant to face another sleepless night. My parents soon followed Liam, leaving me alone by the crackling flames. For a while I sat silently, staring into the fire, hypnotized by the dancing flames, praying for an uneventful night. Then, as the fire burned low and my eyelids grew heavy, I heard it again, a faint rustling, just beyond the light of the dying fire. My heart instantly began to pound. I strained to listen, breath catching painfully in my throat. This time I wasn't imagining it. Someone was out there, just beyond sight, moving quietly through the darkened trees. Slowly, almost afraid to breathe, I turned to face the woods. My body froze instantly. At the edge of our new campsite stood several silent figures, silhouettes perfectly still, illuminated only faintly by the firelight. They made no movement, no sound, just stood motionless, staring directly toward our tents. Fear gripped me completely, every muscle locked in place. We hadn't escaped them, they had found us again, silently, effortlessly. The feeling of dread grew overwhelming, choking any hope I'd held on to. Desperate, I finally managed to force my voice out, trembling and weak. "Dad, Mom," I called urgently, barely audible at first. Then louder, panic clear now. "Dad, wake up, they're back." In the darkness, the figures remained unmoving, watching us silently, patiently, as if waiting for something. My father burst from the tent, flashlight in hand, his face pale in the dim glow. "What is it?" he demanded sharply, sweeping the beam toward the trees. But as soon as the light touched them, the figures stepped silently back, disappearing instantly into the shadows again, leaving nothing but empty darkness behind. Dad stood frozen, flashlight shaking slightly in his grip. "I saw them," he murmured in disbelief. "There were several this time." My chest tightened painfully, terror clutching at my heart. "They followed us. They're not going to let us leave." Dad looked back at me, his eyes filled with dread. "No," he whispered softly, "they're not." The silence that followed was unbearable. Dad stood frozen near the fire pit, his flashlight trembling slightly in his grip. My mother emerged cautiously from the tent, her expression pale and uncertain. Liam lingered nervously just behind her, his eyes wide and fearful. We all looked toward the dark woods, half expecting the silent figures to reappear, but nothing stirred. My father finally moved, sweeping the flashlight in a slow, deliberate arc, illuminating nothing but empty trees and dense shadows. After several tense moments, he sighed deeply, lowering the beam. "They're gone again," he said quietly, almost to himself. "But they know we're here," Liam whispered, his voice trembling. He edged closer to my mother, seeking reassurance in her presence. "We can't stay," Mom said sharply, her voice strained with anxiety. "This isn't right, John. Whoever these people are, they're watching us. They're following us." Dad hesitated, clearly struggling with what to do. The confidence he usually carried was now replaced with uncertainty, and for the first time in my life, I saw genuine fear etched on his face. Finally, he nodded slowly, rubbing a tired hand over his face. "You're right. We'll leave at first light." That decision brought a small measure of relief, but it didn't calm our nerves. The night stretched on endlessly, each minute filled with agonizing silence. We huddled together near the fire, unwilling or unable to sleep. Dad kept the fire burning brightly, constantly adding wood as if the flames alone could shield us from whatever was lurking beyond the trees. Every sound from the forest kept us tense, hyper alert. Liam leaned against me, his shoulder pressing into mine. Mom stared blankly at the flames, while Dad paced restlessly around the campsite perimeter, his flashlight beam piercing the darkness again and again. Hours passed slowly until finally the sky began to lighten, a faint blush of pink coloring the horizon. Morning had never been more welcome. Without hesitation, we packed hastily, breaking down tents and shoving gear into the car as quickly as we could manage. No one spoke. Every movement felt urgent, the desire to escape almost overwhelming. Dad started the engine, the familiar rumble of the car bringing some small reassurance. As we climbed in, I glanced back toward the campsite, a place we'd hoped would bring relaxation, but had instead delivered nothing but fear. As we pulled away, I couldn't help but scan the tree line once more. My heart sank instantly. Standing quietly among the trees, just barely visible, were two figures. They stood completely still, watching silently as we drove away. "Did you see that?" Liam asked sharply, his voice high-pitched with panic. "Just keep driving," Mom said tightly, her eyes fixed ahead, her hands trembling slightly. Dad accelerated slowly, navigating the rough dirt road carefully, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. For several tense minutes, no one spoke, the silence in the car oppressive and heavy with lingering dread. Eventually, the dense forest gave way to a clearer stretch of road. I finally felt my shoulders begin to relax slightly. Maybe we had managed to leave them behind after all. But that small moment of relief shattered as Dad cursed suddenly, braking sharply. Ahead of us, across the narrow road, lay a thick branch, blocking our path completely. My stomach twisted painfully. "That wasn't here when we came in," I whispered. "No," Dad agreed grimly. "It wasn't." He stepped out cautiously, surveying the obstacle. After a moment, he motioned for me to help him. Together, we tried shifting the branch, but it was heavy and awkward, clearly placed deliberately to block the road. Finally, after several attempts, we managed to drag it aside just enough to clear a narrow path. As we got back into the car, Mom was gripping Liam's hand tightly, both their faces pale and anxious. Dad's expression was grim, jaw set firmly as he accelerated again, guiding us slowly forward. We all knew now that this wasn't some random incident or misunderstanding. Someone didn't want us to leave. We drove in tense silence, each bump in the road causing me to jump slightly, heart hammering painfully. Just as the tension began to ease slightly, we rounded a sharp bend, and Dad slammed on the brakes again, cursing louder this time. Another branch blocked the road, even larger and heavier than the first. Panic flooded through me. "They're trapping us," I murmured weakly. Dad nodded, gripping the wheel so tightly his knuckles went white. "Looks like it." He hesitated, scanning the woods nervously, then finally stepped out again. I followed cautiously, eyes darting around uneasily. Together we struggled with the massive branch, straining against its weight. It shifted slowly, scraping loudly against the gravel road. Suddenly, A sharp snapping noise echoed through the trees behind us. We both froze instantly, our eyes locking in shared fear. Dad motioned urgently, whispering sharply, "Get back in the car now." We moved quickly, scrambling inside and locking the doors tightly. Dad restarted the engine, maneuvering carefully around the partially moved branch. The road ahead appeared clear again, but we were all painfully aware it could change at any moment. The tension inside the car was unbearable. Liam clung tightly to Mom, eyes wide and frightened. My chest felt tight, every breath a struggle. Dad kept glancing nervously in the rearview mirror, clearly expecting another obstacle at any moment. Miraculously, though, the road remained clear. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, the familiar sight of the main road appeared ahead, visible through the thinning trees. Relief surged through me, tears burning my eyes. But as we pulled onto the pavement, leaving the forest behind, the feeling of being watched didn't fade. Dad drove quickly, but quietly, tension still thick inside the car. Finally, after several miles, he slowed, pulling into a gas station. The familiar sight of other people brought immediate relief. Dad stepped out, breathing deeply, his face pale and shaken. He looked older suddenly, exhausted and deeply disturbed. "We're calling the police," he said quietly, his voice strained but resolute. Within the hour, 2 patrol cars arrived, and we explained everything, our voices trembling with lingering fear. The officers listened carefully, exchanging cautious glances. "You aren't the first to report something like this," one officer admitted reluctantly. "We've had other campers talk about similar experiences in those woods, but every time we investigate, there's no trace of anyone." Dad's face tightened. "They blocked the road. It wasn't random." The officer nodded sympathetically. "We'll search again, but those woods are dense, isolated. It's easy for people to vanish without a trace." We spent the next hour filling out reports, our anxiety barely easing. Eventually the police left, promising updates but clearly doubtful they'd find anything. The drive home was silent, heavy with unspoken fears. That night, locked safely in our home, sleep remained elusive. Every sound seemed amplified, every shadow suspicious. Despite leaving the woods, I knew something had changed permanently. We'd stumbled onto something deeply unsettling, something we weren't meant to see. And even though we'd escaped, I knew deep down that those silent figures were still there watching, waiting quietly in the shadows of that isolated forest, ready for the next visitors unfortunate enough to find themselves trapped within their grasp. We didn't go camping again after that. Not for a while, anyway. The tent stayed rolled up in the garage, gathering dust. The cooler sat untouched in the corner, and even the smell of campfire smoke, something that used to bring a rush of good memories, now made my stomach tighten. We didn't talk much about what happened. Not out loud. Maybe because we didn't fully understand it ourselves. We'd told the police everything, the figures, the branches on the road, the markers left behind, but they didn't find anything. No footprints, no signs of other people, no cameras. Just another report filed away, probably labeled as paranoia or misidentification, or one of those terms they use to make something unexplainable easier to ignore. But we hadn't imagined it. We knew what we saw. After a few weeks passed, things started to feel normal again, at least on the surface. My dad went back to work. Mom started cooking more, like she always did when she needed to feel in control. Liam started sleeping through the night again, though he kept the hallway light on. And me? I tried to act like it didn't affect me. I told myself it was just a weird experience, that it was over. But some nights, I'd wake up for no reason, heart pounding, convinced someone was outside my window. I started checking the locks every night before bed, double checking, sometimes triple. Not because I thought someone was coming back, but because part of me wasn't sure they ever left. One evening, a couple of months after the trip, Dad brought home takeout and casually mentioned that he'd talked to the ranger station near Blue Ridge Creek. I remember the way he said it, like he wasn't sure he should be bringing it up. They closed part of the trail system, he said quietly, setting down a bag of food. Said there were too many reports of weird activity, vandalism, people getting turned around. Mom glanced up, her hand pausing mid-reach. Vandalism? She repeated. Is that what they're calling it? Dad gave a small shrug. They didn't say much else, just that hikers were reporting strange things, getting followed, items going missing, similar to what we said. My appetite vanished. I stared at the takeout box in front of me, but all I could think about was the forest, the way the branches had snapped in that deliberate, unnatural way. The silence when those figures appeared, how it wasn't just quiet but wrong, like the woods were holding their breath. A few nights later, I woke up around 3 a.m. No dreams, no sound that I could remember. I just woke up. The room was dim with moonlight, my window partially cracked because of the unseasonably warm air. I sat up in bed, disoriented, and for a moment everything seemed normal. Then I heard it. Not loud, just a faint rustling. Not in my room, outside, near the window. I held my breath, frozen. The sound was slow, almost deliberate, like someone dragging their fingers through a hedge. I got out of bed and moved to the window, heart thudding. I didn't know what I was expecting, but when I looked out, there was nothing there. The backyard was empty, the trees at the edge of our property perfectly still, no wind, no animals, just silence. But I could feel it again, that same pressure, that same sense of being watched that had haunted me in the forest. I backed away from the window, shut it, and pulled the blinds. In the morning, I went outside to check. Nothing was out of place, no footprints, no broken branches, but I noticed something odd near the base of the old oak tree. A single small stone stacked neatly on top of another, balanced perfectly, not something that would happen on its own. I knocked it over with the toe of my shoe and went back inside. Later that day, I finally brought it up to Liam. We were sitting on the back steps, watching the neighbor's dog bark at squirrels. "You ever feel like something followed us back?" I asked. He didn't answer right away. Then he said, "Sometimes I dream about them, the ones that were standing in the trees." I looked at him. "What do they do?" "Nothing," he said. "They just stand there, but it's like they're waiting for something." I didn't respond. There was nothing to say. That weekend, Dad got a call from one of the officers who had taken our report after the trip. Said they had a hiker go missing not far from where we'd camped. Left his car at the trailhead, never came back. Search parties found his gear, his phone, everything scattered across a ridge 2 miles off the path. No signs of struggle, just gone. They'd closed more of the forest since then. Quietly, no big press release, no announcements. Just a few more trails marked under maintenance or hazardous conditions. We stopped asking about it after that, but the unease stayed. A few weeks later, Liam found another one of those small stone stacks, this time on the porch. No one else seemed to notice it. He kicked it into the bushes without saying anything. We didn't tell our parents. That fall, Dad sold most of our camping gear. He said it was taking up space, that we hadn't used it in a while. But we all knew the real reason. None of us wanted to be that far from home again. Not in the woods, not surrounded by trees. The hardest part to explain is how quiet the fear is now. It's not the screaming kind. It's not waking up in a cold sweat or jumping at every sound. It's quieter than that. It's walking through your backyard and checking behind the shed even when you know no one's there. It's locking your window even on the hottest nights. It's noticing the way the wind shifts when you're outside and wondering, just for a second, if something is watching. I don't think they followed us exactly, not like walking behind us with footsteps and breath. It's more like they're aware of us now, like once you've seen them, they don't forget you. And maybe they don't have to come back. Maybe they never left. It had been nearly 3 months since our trip to Blue Ridge Creek, and though life had mostly returned to normal on the outside, none of us were really the same. Something about that place clung to us like damp air that wouldn't lift. We stopped doing certain things without realizing it. No more late-night walks, no more backyard campfires. Even Liam, who used to beg to sleep outside in the tent, didn't mention it again. It was like we'd all silently agreed to pretend the forest didn't exist, that the things we saw weren't real. But deep down, we knew better. Then, in mid-November, my dad got a call that changed everything. He was in the kitchen when his phone rang. I only caught his side of the conversation, but the tone of his voice told me enough. Low, serious, all the usual warmth stripped away. "You're sure it's the same area?" "Right, near the ridge." "No, I haven't heard anything since our report." Yeah, that's strange." He hung up and sat at the kitchen table for a long time, staring out the window, like he was trying to decide if he should say something. Eventually I asked, "Was it the cops again?" He didn't look at me. Forest Service this time. "About the missing hiker?" Dad nodded slowly. "They found his backpack, propped up against a tree like someone had placed it there on purpose. Everything inside was untouched, even his phone." "Any idea what happened to him?" "They didn't say, but the guy I talked to sounded off, like he knew more than he could tell me." That night, I couldn't sleep again. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, listening to the wind press against the house. Sometime after midnight, I got up to get a glass of water. As I passed Liam's room, I heard something that made me stop in my tracks. He was talking. Not loud, and not the kind of talking you do in sleep. It was quiet, steady like a conversation. I leaned closer, trying to make out the words. "No, I didn't. I told you already. I don't want to go back." A pause. "But they're not listening to me. They think it's over." Another pause. Then, quieter, almost a whisper, "Okay." I knocked lightly. "Liam?" Silence. I opened the door slowly. His room was dark, lit only by the blue glow of his nightlight. He was sitting up in bed, staring at the window, blanket pulled to his chest. I stepped inside. "Who were you talking to?" "No one," he said too quickly. I sat on the edge of his bed. "Liam, don't lie to me." He looked at me for a long moment. Then, in a small voice, he said, "Sometimes they talk to me, at night." I felt the breath leave my lungs. "Who talks to you?" He shrugged. "I don't know. Just them, the ones from the woods." My hands went cold. "What do they say?" "They ask if I remember, if I know the way back. They say we're still part of it, that it's not done." His voice cracked on the last word, and I saw the fear in his eyes. Real, deep fear. I put an arm around him, and for the first time since we left that place, he let himself cry. The next morning, I told my parents. They didn't doubt me, not anymore. We agreed that Liam should talk to someone, maybe a therapist. But what were we supposed to say? That he was being haunted by something from the forest? That we all were? Instead, we focused on keeping him grounded. We did more as a family, ate dinner together every night, took short trips to the lake or the movies. It helped, a little. His nightmares got less frequent, and he stopped talking to the empty air. Until last week. It was early evening, and we were all home. Mom was cooking. Dad was out in the garage. I was upstairs when I heard the doorbell ring. I didn't think much of it, probably a delivery or one of the neighbors. But then I heard Liam scream. I ran downstairs, heart in my throat. Mom was already in the entryway, trying to calm him down. He was pressed against the wall, eyes locked on the front door, trembling all over. "There was someone there," he sobbed. "Outside the door." He looked right at me. "Who?" Mom asked, her voice shaking. "I don't know. He was just standing there, watching." Dad came in a minute later. He checked outside, walked the perimeter of the house, found nothing. But when he came back inside, he was pale. He didn't say anything for a long time. Then he looked at me and said, "There was a footprint on the doormat, just one." He didn't have to explain. We all knew what that meant. The next day, we installed security cameras. That night, around 2:30 in the morning, I woke up to a motion alert on my phone. I grabbed it immediately and pulled up the feed from the front porch camera. Nothing, just the porch, quiet, empty. I checked the side yard, still nothing. But when I clicked on the backyard feed, my breath caught in my throat. There, at the far edge of the yard, near the fence, stood 3 figures. barely visible in the grainy night vision, but clearly human-shaped, standing, still, watching. I stared at the screen, frozen, unable to move. Then, just as I was about to wake my parents, the feed glitched. The figures flickered and were gone. We checked the yard at sunrise. There were no footprints, no signs of anyone, but we all knew what we'd seen. They weren't gone. They had just been waiting. And now they were back. We didn't go to the police. Not again. After everything, the strange disappearances, the figures in the woods, the camera footage, we knew what they'd say. We'd already filed a report. We'd already tried to explain it, and nothing came of it. Instead, we did what we'd been doing since that first night in the forest. We waited, we watched, and we hoped they wouldn't come closer. But they did. It happened the next week, just after midnight. We were all in the living room because none of us had been sleeping much lately. The television was on, but no one was watching it. Dad sat on the edge of the couch staring toward the window. Mom was curled up in the recliner, Liam beside her, half asleep but restless. Then the motion light in the backyard clicked on. We all turned at the same time. My stomach dropped. The camera feed on the television Dad had started keeping it up on the screen at all times showed what we already knew. They were back, 3 of them, standing at the tree line. Still, silent. Exactly like before. Only this time they were closer. No one said a word. No one had to. Dad stood up and walked to the front door. He didn't grab a bat or a flashlight, just opened the door and stepped outside. "Dad," I said quietly, moving toward him, "what are you doing?" "I'm done hiding," he said. "We've tried that. It didn't work." Mom came to the door, her face pale, jaundiced. He looked back at us. "I'm not going far." He stepped out into the cold air. The rest of us followed him as far as the porch. He stood on the lawn, hands in his jacket pockets, staring out at the tree line. The 3 figures hadn't moved. They stood just beyond the reach of the light, barely visible. He raised his voice, calm but firm. "What do you want?" No answer. "If you're trying to scare us, it worked," he said. "You've made your point. But this is our home. You don't belong here." Still, no movement, no sound. "I'm not letting you hurt my family," he continued. "So if you've got something to say, say it." Then, after a long pause, one of the figures stepped forward. Just a step, no more. It was enough to make every hair on my body stand up. Dad didn't move. None of us did. And then, as suddenly as they'd come, the figures turned and walked into the woods. Not fast, not running, just leaving. The motion light flicked off a few seconds later. We all stood there for a while, not sure what we'd just witnessed. Eventually, Dad walked back toward us, still quiet. He didn't say anything, just looked at us and nodded. We went back inside, locking every door and window, even though we knew it wouldn't matter if they really wanted in. But they didn't come back. Not the next night, not the night after that, not for the rest of the month. and slowly, cautiously, we started trying to move forward. The therapist said trauma works in strange ways, that the brain will hold on to fear longer than anything else, especially when there's no closure. But we didn't want closure. Not really. We didn't want to understand what those things were or why they came. We just wanted to be left alone. So we made changes. We got a second dog, a big one, installed floodlights around the entire backyard. Dad replaced the entire back fence with a taller, heavier one. It was like putting up a wall between us and whatever had followed us home. We didn't camp anymore, and eventually we stopped talking about it. Liam's nightmares faded. He started playing outside again only during the day, and never near the woods, but still, it was something. Mom planted a vegetable garden in the spring. I graduated high school and got a job at the hardware store in town. Life crept forward. And for a long time, nothing happened. Then one afternoon, while cleaning the garage, Dad found the old cooler we used to take camping. Still had the duct tape on the side from the trip to Blue Ridge. He looked at it for a long time before quietly carrying it to the curb and setting it down for the trash. That night we had dinner together on the back patio for the first time in almost a year. There was laughter again, real laughter. And even though part of me still checked the tree line every time I went outside, it started to feel more like habit than fear. We had survived something we couldn't explain, and that would have to be enough. No one ever came for answers. No news crews, no investigators, just another quiet family in a quiet town, trying to forget a few strange nights in the woods. But there are still times rare, but real, when I wake up around 3 in the morning. And I check the backyard camera, just in case. Because I still believe they're out there, not waiting for us, but watching for whoever comes next. This is the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me. I'm not the kind of person who tells stories like this. You know the type, always trying to be the center of attention, always swearing they felt a presence or saw something in the mirror. That's not me. I'm a practical guy, logical. I keep to myself, do my job, mind my business. I take the bus to work every morning. Same route, same time, same seat if I can help it, second row on the left, window side. I've done that for years now. 7 years to be exact. Ever since I moved to this part of town, I work in tech support at an office that feels like it was frozen in 2009. Beige walls, burnt coffee, people who are tired of talking but do it anyway. It's not exciting, but it pays rent, and it's predictable. That's always been a comfort to me, predictability. I build my life around routine. Same breakfast, same bus, same late-night shows before bed. It helps quiet my brain, keeps the spiral at bay. So, I notice when things change, even the small stuff. And that morning, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, something was off. Not right away. The bus pulled up on time. Driver was the usual guy, Glenn. Gray beard, one AirPod in, never smiles but always nods. I stepped on, tapped my pass, and did the usual scan of the aisle to see who was already on board. That's when I saw them. Two people sitting in the very back row, man and a woman, both dressed too formally for a morning bus ride, dark coats, clean lines, something crisp and old-fashioned about the way they carried themselves. The man had a hat, not a baseball cap, a fedora. Who the hell wears a fedora at 7:30 in the morning? But it wasn't their clothes that stopped me mid-step. It was their faces, or more specifically, their eyes. I don't mean they looked scary or strange. They weren't deformed or glowing or anything dramatic like that. They were just blank, pale gray blue like fogged over glass. No emotion, no focus. It was like they were both staring at the space I was standing in, but not really seeing me. Not seeing anything. I'd never seen eyes like that. I sat down, didn't want to stare, didn't want to be rude. People act weird on buses all the time, right? Maybe they were coming from a funeral. Maybe they were on something. I told myself anything I could to shake the feeling that crawled up the back of my neck like cold air under a door. They never spoke. The entire 30-minute ride they just sat there, perfectly still, not scrolling on their phones, not chatting, not adjusting their coats or bags, nothing, like they'd been posed there. I got off 2 stops before the office, like always, grabbed a coffee from the corner bodega, and tried to forget about them. But they were there again the next morning. Same clothes, same seats, same vacant eyes. And this time I knew they were watching me. I tried not to look, but something about them pulled my eyes back, like a magnetic field I couldn't resist. They weren't moving, they weren't speaking. But the woman had her head tilted just slightly to the side now, like someone listening very closely, like she was waiting. The man's hands were folded in his lap, fingers interlocked. His knuckles were white. I tried to tell myself they were just odd commuters, that maybe I'd been so locked into my routine for so long that I'd just forgotten how often new people came and went. I stared at my phone the whole ride, didn't look back. But the chill didn't leave me. You know that feeling when you're being watched, not seen watched? When you can feel someone's attention pressing into your skin, heavy and deliberate. That's what it felt like. All the way to my stop. That day at work, I couldn't focus. I forgot my login credentials, had to reset my password twice. I spilled coffee on my keyboard. My manager asked me if I was okay, and I lied and said I was just tired. Truth is, I wasn't sure what I was. The third morning I thought maybe they wouldn't be there. I told myself I was being paranoid. I'd had a bad week, that was all. I hadn't been sleeping well. The heating in my apartment was acting up. Normal stress. That's what I told myself. But I didn't believe it. I hesitated before getting on the bus that day. My hand hovered over the card reader like my body was giving me a chance to turn around. But I got on. And they were there. Same clothes, same seats, same dead eyes. Except now, they were smiling. Not big smiles, just the corners of their mouths pulled slightly upward, like they knew I saw them, like they were pleased. I sat farther up this time, closer to the front, Couldn't help but check the mirror above the aisle. You know, the one that lets the driver keep an eye on the passengers. They weren't in it. I blinked, looked again. The seats were empty. But when I turned in my seat to glance back, there they were, still watching. That's when I knew. Something was wrong, very wrong. And it wasn't just in my head, because no one else seemed to notice them. Not Glenn, not the high school kids who usually sat in the back row, not the old woman who always wore purple and complained about the cold. The strangers were taking up space, my space, but no one acknowledged them. I wanted to ask Glenn. I wanted to say, "Hey, did you see those two in the back?" But the words felt stupid even before they reached my mouth. What was I supposed to say? "There are ghosts on your bus. Two strangers are haunting my commute." Number. I stayed quiet. But I knew this wasn't just bad sleep or anxiety. They were there for me. And somehow I could feel it. They were waiting for something. I just didn't know what yet. I didn't sleep that night. Not because I was afraid they'd come to my door or anything like that. It wasn't that kind of fear. It was the kind that clings to the edges of your thoughts, making everything feel slightly off. Like the floor is tilted just enough to make you unsteady, but not enough to convince anyone else there's a problem. I kept thinking about the mirror on the bus, about how they weren't in it. I tried to explain it away. Maybe the angle was wrong. Maybe the overhead light was reflecting weirdly. But I knew. You know when something's real, even if logic hasn't caught up yet. That's the part that makes it hard to talk about, when you can't prove anything but your gut is screaming. I woke up late and almost convinced myself not to take the bus. I even stood in my kitchen for a full minute, holding my keys, staring at the microwave clock. I could have driven. It would have taken longer, but I could have done it. But routine has a gravity to it, especially when your life is built around it. It felt safer somehow to stick to what I knew. The bus stop was quiet when I got there. Just me and some kid in headphones. I kept glancing down the street, waiting to see the headlights come over the hill, dreading it, hoping for it. The second the bus came into view, I felt it again, that weird sense of inevitability, like I was standing on tracks and the train was already too close to stop. I got on. My hand hovered over the card reader again, just like the day before. Glenn gave his usual slow nod. I scanned the aisle. They weren't there. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding, took my usual seat, tried to act normal. We pulled away from the curb. 10 minutes in, the bus stopped to let on more passengers. A young woman with 2 tote bags, an older guy in a windbreaker. Them. They walked on together just like that, in sync, like they'd choreographed it. Same clothes, same faces, same blank, knowing expressions. They didn't scan passes, didn't speak to Glenn. They just moved quietly to the back row and sat down, right where they always sat. Only this time, the man turned his head, slowly, until his eyes met mine. He didn't blink. And the woman, she smiled again, a little wider this time. I felt ice in my spine, real, physical cold, like someone had opened a freezer behind me. I turned away fast, almost too fast, kept my eyes on the window for the rest of the ride, even though I couldn't focus on anything I saw, just blur. Trees, buildings, movement. Nothing stuck. I didn't check the mirror again. At work, I told myself I needed a distraction, something mechanical, something to occupy my brain. I buried myself in tickets and troubleshooting. My coworkers barely noticed. They were used to me being quiet. I was the guy people liked because I didn't ask questions. Just fixed the thing, said all good, and left. I liked it that way. But now I was cracking around the edges. On my lunch break, I looked them up. Not the strangers, I didn't even know where to start with that, but the bus route. Transit records, lost time reports, anything strange. I found nothing. No accidents, no driver complaints, no notes about fare evasion. Except one blog post, buried in an old transportation forum, posted 6 years ago by someone with a username like Clocks Are Lying. It was about Route 111, my route. A guy said he used to take it every day and once saw a woman in the back row who never blinked. Said he rode that bus for 6 weeks straight, and she never changed seats, never looked up. He stopped taking the bus after that. Claimed she showed up outside his apartment a few days later, just standing across the street. That post had no replies. The user never posted again. I bookmarked it anyway. That night, I stayed at the office late. Not because I had to, just didn't want to go home. Didn't want to be alone with my thoughts, or worse, with whatever was happening to me. Everything felt thin, like the world was holding together by threads, and if I pulled on the wrong one, everything would unravel. When I finally made it back to my apartment, I stood outside the building for a while, scanning the shadows. Nothing, no one. But when I got inside and flipped on the lights, there was a single item on the kitchen counter that hadn't been there that morning. A bus transfer slip. Blank, unused. I hadn't taken a transfer in months. I picked it up slowly, flipped it over. There was something faint written on the back, like someone had traced words with a pen but never fully pressed down. I held it under the light. "We remember you." I dropped it. I didn't sleep. I kept the television on all night, something mindless. Game shows, reruns, anything that reminded me I was still here, still tethered to the real world. The next morning I didn't go to work. I called in sick, which I never do. I told them I had the flu. My manager didn't even ask questions. I spent most of the day researching folklore, urban legends, sleep paralysis, shared delusions. Nothing fit exactly. The closest thing I found were these stories about watchers, entities that follow people not to harm them, but to observe, for reasons no one fully understands. They show up during transition points, illness, grief, close brushes with death, I couldn't stop thinking about that line on the transfer slip. We remember you. Not, we see you. Not, we're watching. Remember. Like I'd done something. Like we'd met before. That night, I stayed away from the bus. I walked to the edge of my block, just far enough to see it turn the corner at the end of the street. The lights looked dimmer than usual. Inside, I could see shapes, shadows. 2 in the back row, looking out the window, looking at me. I backed into the alley and waited until it passed. I didn't go out again. I didn't ride the bus the next day, or the day after that. I thought maybe I'd broken it, interrupted whatever was happening. But tonight, when I got home from grabbing takeout, there was something new waiting in my mailbox. A folded piece of paper. No envelope. No address. Just a single line written in perfect tight script. Don't be late tomorrow. I read the note 5 times before I realized my hands were shaking. Don't be late tomorrow. That was all it said. No signature, no indication of who it was from, but I knew. There was no question in my mind. It was from them. The strangers. I held the paper up to the light, looking for something, impressions, watermarks, anything. But it was just a scrap, cheap printer paper, folded once, perfectly. The kind of paper you'd use if you wanted to leave something behind and have it disappear quickly. The writing was neat, too neat, almost clinical. Every letter spaced, just so. The kind of thing you don't want to believe is real. I dropped it on the table and just stood there, staring at it like it might start speaking again. I didn't eat dinner, lost my appetite somewhere between the mailbox and the front door. I paced the apartment for hours trying to decide what to do. Part of me wanted to rip the paper into pieces, burn it, pretend it never showed up. Another part knew better. This wasn't going away. I ended up stuffing the note into a drawer and turning every light in the apartment on. Saturday at the kitchen table until almost 3, wired and nauseous, wondering what the hell I had gotten myself into. Or maybe what had found me, because that's what it felt like. Not like I'd stumbled onto something, but like I'd been picked, selected, watched. I don't remember falling asleep, but I must have dozed off sometime just before dawn, because I jolted awake with that feeling like you're falling, like your body forgot where it was for a second. I looked around, lights still on, my neck stiff from the chair, the paper still sitting in the drawer, humming like a warning in my brain. I got ready for work like I was on autopilot. Showered, dressed, poured coffee I didn't drink. I walked to the stop because I couldn't not walk to the stop. I can't explain it. It was like I didn't have a choice anymore. Like the note had planted something in my spine, and now I was just following a script I didn't write. The bus was already there when I turned the corner. Waiting. Same route, same number, same everything. Except it felt different now, heavier. Glenn gave me the usual nod when I boarded. I looked at him harder this time, tried to see if he noticed anything weird, any flicker of acknowledgement, but he was just Glenn. slightly annoyed expression, always somewhere else in his head. I scanned my pass, made myself walk forward, and of course, they were there. Back row, perfect posture, same clothes, same expressions, like nothing had changed. But something had. Because this time, I didn't look away. I stared at them for a full 3 seconds as I passed. The man's lips twitched upward, barely. And the woman? She blinked. The first time I'd seen her blink. I sat down closer to the back than usual, not all the way, but far enough that I could hear them if they said anything, far enough that I could pretend I had control over how this played out. I lasted about 10 minutes before I looked again. Still there, still watching. But the weirdest part, nobody else reacted. No one even looked up. The usual guy who played Sudoku, the woman with the green travel mug, the teen with the half-zipped hoodie, not one of them noticed. It was like the strangers only existed for me. The rest of the ride blurred. Every time the bus hit a bump, I jumped. Every time the brakes squealed, my stomach twisted. It felt like I was riding towards something, not away from it. 2 stops before mine, something happened. The woman stood up. She didn't say anything. She just stood. And the man followed. They moved in perfect unison, like they were part of some old ballroom routine, gliding down the aisle as the bus pulled to a stop. But they didn't get off. They stopped right next to me. I felt every hair on my body stand up. I didn't look at them, but I could feel the air change the way it gets just before a thunderstorm breaks. Heavy, electric, off. Then softly, I heard her voice. "You've kept us waiting a long time." I turned my head slowly, too slowly, like I was underwater. She was looking right at me. Her eyes weren't blank now. They were knowing, cold and endless, like still water that runs deep enough to drown in. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. "We were told you wouldn't notice us," she said, "that you weren't ready." The man didn't speak, just watched. "Ready for what?" I finally managed to whisper. The woman tilted her head, and the smallest frown pulled at the corners of her mouth. "To understand," she said. And then she walked past me, just like that. The man followed. They got off at the next stop. The doors hissed shut behind them. I sat frozen, unsure if I should follow, scream, run, do anything. Glenn looked at me in the rearview mirror. First time he'd really looked at me in years of riding this bus. "You all right back there?" he asked. I nodded. Lied. Of course I wasn't all right. I got off at my usual stop, but I didn't go into work. I walked around for hours just trying to feel my feet on the ground, trying to remind myself I was still real, still here. But I kept seeing their faces every time I blinked. That night, I checked the drawer where I'd hidden the note. There was something new beside it. A photograph. Old, weathered, curled at the edges like it had been sitting somewhere for years. It showed the inside of a bus, my bus. Empty, except for one figure in the second row on the left. Me, looking out the window. And in the reflection, they were standing behind me. I didn't know what scared me more, that the photo existed or that I didn't remember it being taken. I turned it over, hoping for something, a date, a mark, anything that could explain how it ended up in my drawer. But it was blank, just aged cardboard, yellowing at the edges. It felt real. Heavy, textured. I ran my thumb across the image, half expecting it to smudge, to vanish like a dream when you try to write it down. It didn't. There I was in the second row, staring out the window with that same blank face I must wear every morning, and behind me, clear as day in the glass, stood the strangers. The man slightly behind the woman, both facing me, not smiling, just watching. I sat on the edge of the bed, holding the photo, feeling something strange start to bloom in my chest, not panic, not even dread anymore. Just this growing certainty that I wasn't driving the car anymore. That I hadn't been for a while. I didn't sleep. Again. When the sun finally started to break through the blinds, I found myself still holding the photograph, still thinking, still sitting in the same spot. Like time had frozen around me, and I was the only thing left to feel it tick by. I made coffee I didn't drink, looked at my phone, but I hadn't missed any calls, no messages. No one had noticed I'd been skipping work, or if they had, no one cared enough to reach out. I wasn't surprised. It's strange how quickly you can disappear from your own life without anyone blinking. I left the apartment around 10 and rode a different bus, Route 84. I didn't have anywhere to go. I just needed to move, to see if they would follow. I sat in the back, jacket zipped to my chin, eyes scanning the passengers one by one. All normal, tired people, phones, coffee cups, no suits, no blank stares, no perfect postures. I rode for an hour, got off in a neighborhood I'd never been to, walked 6 blocks, just to feel the wind in my face, to feel like I still had a body. And for a while, I did feel better. Then I saw it. Another note. This one was taped to a lamppost at the end of the block. Just a scrap of paper, folded once, pinned under clear tape. You're drifting. That's all it said. No name, no context, just those 2 words. I left it there, walked away fast, too fast probably, like someone running from an accusation they know is true. That afternoon, I tried calling my sister. We don't talk often, but she's the closest thing I have to family. I thought maybe hearing a familiar voice would anchor me. She answered on the second ring. "Hey," I said, my throat dry. "It's me." A pause. "Okay." "Do you remember when I moved into this place?" I asked, cutting right to it. "You helped me carry the boxes, the day it rained." She was quiet for a second. "I've never been to your apartment." My stomach turned. "What are you talking about? You helped me put together the kitchen table." "I haven't seen you in months," she said. "Are you okay?" My mouth opened, but I didn't have anything to say. Nothing that wouldn't sound insane. "Maybe you should take a break," she added gently. Get some rest. Talk to someone. I'm talking to you, I said, more bitterly than I meant to. She sighed. I mean a professional, Nate. I hung up. I didn't want her voice in my head after that. I didn't want her doubt mixed in with mine. I knew what I'd lived. I knew she had stood in my kitchen, laughed when I dropped a box of mugs. I remembered the thunder outside, the smell of wet cardboard, the takeout we ordered that night. I remembered it. But maybe no one else did. That's what they meant by drifting, wasn't it? The thought sat with me the rest of the day. I didn't go home. I wandered the city instead, riding different buses, slipping into coffee shops and bookstores just long enough to feel anonymous. But that feeling followed me, like a splinter under the skin, the idea that I was slowly becoming invisible, not to strangers but to people who should know me. By the time I got back to my apartment, it was almost midnight. The lights in the hallway were flickering. One was out entirely. I stood in front of my door for a long time, not touching the handle, just listening. Nothing, just the quiet buzz of electricity and the occasional creak of old floorboards. I let myself in. Everything looked normal, except for the photo. It was on the table again. Same image. But now, there was a second version of me in the reflection, standing next to the first one. And in this one, the strangers weren't looking at me anymore. They were looking at him. I stared at it, breath caught in my throat, heart thudding like I'd just run a mile. My hands trembled as I picked it up, turned it over. Same blank back. I sat down, photo in my lap, and whispered into the quiet room, "What do you want from me?" I didn't expect an answer, but I got one. A voice, clear, calm, low-spoken just behind my ear, but impossible to place. "You already know." I turned. Nothing, just my apartment, just the lamp on, the hum of the fridge. But I wasn't alone. I didn't sleep that night either. How could I? Somewhere out there, or maybe not out there anymore, were two people who had followed me for years, unnoticed, silent. And now, they were telling me the clock was winding down. I didn't know what it meant yet, but I believed them. For the first time, I truly believed them. And I think that was the moment things really started to change. I stopped taking the bus. I told myself that was the smart thing to do, that if they couldn't reach me there, maybe they'd forget. Maybe whatever this was would lose momentum. Maybe it was like gravity, it only pulled if I stayed in orbit. So I walked. Miles, in the cold, through alleys, along cracked sidewalks, through neighborhoods I'd never noticed before, even though I'd passed them 100 times. I told work I needed time off, and to my surprise, they didn't ask questions, just told me to feel better soon. Feel better. Like this was something a nap and vitamin D could fix. I wasn't sleeping, not really. I'd nod off for minutes at a time, then jolt awake convinced someone was in the room with me. The kind of sleep where you never really let go, where your body stays tense, like it knows something you don't. I started hearing them even when I was awake. Not words, just movement, a shift in the air, like someone was always standing just behind the noise, the hum of the fridge, the rattle of pipes, that little creak the floor makes as it settles. But when I turned, nothing, and yet not nothing. The mirror in my bathroom steamed up when I showered. That's normal. What's not normal is the message that showed up one morning. Not written with a finger, but emerging from the fog itself, like it was always there, just hidden until the glass revealed it. We never left. I stood there in a towel, dripping, staring at those words like they might blink first. The steam faded slowly, and so did the message, gone in under a minute. But it was enough. I started locking every window, leaving the lights on, putting salt across thresholds like I'd read in some old forum post, even though I didn't believe in any of it. I just needed to do something. Then came the photograph. A new one slipped under my door during the night. Same bus, but this time the photo was blurry, motion smudged, and I wasn't in it. I stared at it for a long time, trying to find my shape, my seat, the second row, the usual place. Empty. Everyone else was clear. The man with the Sudoku, the woman with the green mug, Glenn, halfway turned in his seat. But not me. Like I'd been erased. That's when I started thinking about what the woman on the bus had said. We were told you weren't ready. Told by who? Ready for what? I kept turning those words over and over, like maybe if I said them enough they'd open up and tell me something new. And I couldn't stop thinking about the other version of me, the second figure in the bus window, the one in the updated photo, the one they were looking at instead of me. I started to wonder if maybe this had already happened. If maybe this wasn't the beginning, but the middle, or the end. If I'd missed something important a long time ago, and now it was circling back to collect. Late one night, when the silence felt heavier than usual, I pulled out my laptop and opened a blank document. I started writing everything down. Not because I thought anyone would believe me, but because I needed to pin it all to the ground, make it real, make it less likely that it was all just slipping through the cracks in my head. Halfway through, I looked up, and there was someone standing outside my window. Not at the window. Outside the building, on the sidewalk, 6 stories down. I couldn't make out a face, not clearly, but I could see the outline. Long coat, hat, still, too still, like someone waiting for a cue. I closed the laptop and backed away slowly. I didn't sleep that night either. The next day, I made a choice. I went back to the bus. I needed to know. It felt like walking into a memory you know you've tried to forget. Everything looked the same, but sharper. Colors felt too bright, the air too dry. I stepped on board. Glenn gave his usual nod. They were already there. Of course they were. Same back row, same posture, same silence. But this time, I didn't sit near the front. I walked straight down the aisle and sat across from them. They didn't speak. Not right away. Just watched. Finally, the man leaned forward, lacing his fingers together, and said quietly, "You remember more than we expected." I swallowed hard. My mouth was dry. "What are you?" The woman smiled, gently, not cruel, almost kind. "Not what, when." I blinked. "That doesn't make any sense." She nodded like she expected that response. "You've seen pieces of it already. The reflections, the photos, the notes." The man added, "You thought they were warnings. Aren't they?" The woman shook her head. "They're reminders." I felt my stomach drop. Reminders of what? The bus slowed. A stop I didn't recognize. No one got on, no one got off. The man spoke again. "You died once already, years ago, but it didn't stick." "What?" "You weren't ready," the woman said softly, "but you are now." The bus pulled away from the curb, and something shifted. It wasn't loud, it wasn't violent, but everything felt lighter, as if the whole world had just let out a breath I didn't know it was holding. I looked out the window. Nothing was familiar anymore. Not the buildings, not the streets, not the people walking by. Like we'd crossed into somewhere else entirely. I turned back to them. They were gone. The seats were empty. I was alone on the bus, except for Glenn. And when I looked up at him through the mirror, he was smiling. For the first time ever, I wanted to believe I'd imagined the smile. That Glenn wasn't actually grinning in the mirror, that the corners of his mouth hadn't curled up just enough to turn familiar into wrong. But I saw it. I know I did. It wasn't friendly. It wasn't anything close to human warmth. It was a knowing look like he was in on something I wasn't. I kept my eyes on him all the way to the next stop. When the doors opened, I thought maybe everything would reset, that I'd step off into the street I recognized, shake off the fog, and this whole thing would start making sense again. But the world outside wasn't the one I knew. It looked like my city at first glance. The layout was close, the storefronts vaguely familiar, but the colors were muted, the shapes slightly wrong. It was like someone had recreated it from memory, and they'd gotten most of the details right, but not all. And there were no people. Not one. The streets were empty. No cars passed by, no lights in the windows, no sounds but the low hum of the bus engine behind me. I didn't get off. I stood there on the steps, halfway between the bus and this hollow version of my life, and I froze. Something deep in me, something older than logic, told me that if I stepped into that silence, I wouldn't come back. So I stayed on. Glenn didn't say a word. He closed the doors and kept driving. I don't know how long we drove. It felt like time was unraveling, like minutes stopped meaning anything. Eventually, I worked up the nerve to speak. "What is this place?" Glenn didn't answer. Not right away. Then, without taking his eyes off the road, he said, You should have paid attention sooner." His voice was different. Not in pitch, in tone, detached, like he wasn't really in control of it. I sat back down, heart racing, hands clenched. I thought about everything that had happened up to now, the notes, the photos, the whispers, the reflection of a version of me that shouldn't exist. And that word, reminders. Of what? That I'm dead? That I was supposed to be? Number that didn't make sense. I was still breathing, still thinking, still here. But maybe that's the part I didn't understand. Maybe here was the problem. I stood and walked toward Glenn slowly, bracing myself against the seats as the bus rocked beneath me. "What am I supposed to do?" I asked him. "Why me?" He didn't look at me. "You stepped off the path." "What does that mean?" "You were given more time," he said, "but you didn't use it." My throat tightened. More time for what? To remember. I stared at him, searching his profile for any hint of the man I used to see every morning. The quiet driver with one AirPod and a permanent frown. But that person wasn't behind the wheel now. Something else was. The bus turned onto a narrow road I'd never seen before. Tall trees flanked either side, leaning in close like they were eavesdropping. The branches scraped the windows, slow and deliberate, like fingers dragging along the glass. I looked down the aisle. The back row was no longer empty. The strangers were there again. But this time, they weren't looking at me. They were looking at someone else. Me. The other me. The one I'd seen in the photograph. Same coat, same shoes, same tired eyes. He didn't move, didn't blink, just sat perfectly still in my usual seat, second row, left side by the window. And when he turned, slowly, to face me, I didn't see shock or confusion in his expression. I saw disappointment, like he'd expected more from me. I stumbled backward, grabbing onto the handrail. "What is this?" I said. "What the hell is going on?" The woman stood first. Her movements were fluid, effortless. The man followed. They walked down the aisle without a sound. The other me stood as they reached his seat. He stepped aside for them, and they passed right through him. Not like ghosts, like mist parting around a stone. Then they turned to me. The woman spoke. "You've seen all the signs, heard all the warnings. We can't follow you forever." The man added, "We've kept your seat open." I shook my head. "I didn't ask for this. I didn't." "You stayed," the woman said gently. "That was your answer." My legs felt weak. I dropped into the nearest seat, trying to breathe, trying to anchor myself in the feeling of the fabric under my palms, the slight rattle of the window, the faint smell of oil and old vinyl. "You still think this is about punishment?" she said. "It's not?" I asked, my voice small. "It's about resolution," the man said. "For what?" "For what you did," the woman replied, "and for what you refused to do after." I searched their faces for meaning, for memory, for anything I could latch onto, but there was nothing. Just the heavy sense that the truth was there, inches away, but I didn't want to look directly at it. And that's when I remembered something. A moment I hadn't thought about in years. The intersection near 8th and Logan. The red light. The phone buzzing in the passenger seat. And the shadow that darted out into the road just as I looked down. The screech of tires. The silence afterward. The police said it wasn't my fault. No witnesses, no cameras. But I remembered now. The girl, 6, maybe 7, a red jacket, running after something, maybe a dog, maybe nothing. I never found out. I left. I didn't stop. I told myself I imagined it. That I'd braked in time, but I didn't check. I just drove. The strangers watched me quietly as it all came back, one sickening detail at a time. You were supposed to face it, the man said. But you buried it instead, the woman finished. I felt the bus slow. The trees parted, and in the distance I saw another version of the city. But this one wasn't empty. People walked the streets, cars moved, lights blinked in windows. It looked like life, normal, busy, indifferent life. The woman gestured toward it. You can still get off, she said. But not as the man you were. I looked down at my hands. They looked the same, but they weren't. I wasn't, and I knew, without being told, that if I stepped off this time, I wouldn't come back to the same world. Because the version of me who had ignored that moment, who had spent years pretending it hadn't happened, he was done. The next step was mine. The bus stopped. No sound, no hiss of air brakes. Just a soft, final stillness, the kind you feel more than here. I didn't move. Outside the window, life carried on. A street I half recognized shimmered in the late afternoon light. People walked briskly, heads down, caught in errands or thoughts or routines. Cars passed. Doors opened and shut. The world didn't care that I'd just come face to face with a version of myself I didn't want to know. It was the indifference that hit hardest. The woman spoke again, voice quiet but steady. You don't have to carry it anymore. I wanted to ask what it was, but I knew. It was the silence, the decision I made not to stop that night, the way I told myself it hadn't happened. The way I buried the memory like a body and just kept driving forward, like it was something I could outrun. The guilt had been with me for years, hiding just beneath everything. I hadn't known its shape until now, but I'd always felt its weight. I turned toward them, toward the strangers who had been following me. Why now? I asked. Why not sooner? The man looked at me like he already knew what I was going to say next. You weren't ready to remember. But I did, I said. I remembered. So what happens now? He didn't answer. Neither did the woman. The seat across from me, the one where the other me had been, was empty now. Not just vacant, but wiped clean, like whoever had been there had never existed. I looked at the city again, through the window. It looked ordinary, comforting even, familiar but distant, like an old photograph of a place you used to love, but can't quite place anymore. I stood slowly. My legs were stiff, like I'd aged in that seat. I turned to Glenn, who hadn't moved since the last stop. His eyes were still on the road, even though there was nowhere left to go. "Is this it?" I asked. He didn't blink. "Up to you." I looked back once more at the strangers. They were still seated, side by side, hands folded neatly in their laps. "If I get off, what happens to you?" The woman tilted her head, almost kindly. "We follow the next one." "The next what?" "The next person who drifts." The bus went quiet again. I stepped toward the doors. They opened without a sound. I stood at the edge of the steps, one foot hovering in the space between then and now, between the self I'd been and whoever I might be after this. And I stepped down. The air outside was warm, soft, the sun low in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the pavement. No one looked at me, not one of the passers-by. I was just another body in motion, another shape among many. It felt grounding, comforting even. I turned, half expecting the bus to disappear the moment I looked away. But it didn't. It was still there. Same bus, same number, same faded paint and worn tires. But through the windows, it was empty. Glenn, the strangers, my seat, gone. The bus pulled away, slow and smooth, and turned down a side street I didn't recognize. Then it was out of sight. I stood on the sidewalk for a long time, let the city move around me. Eventually, I started walking. No plan, no direction, just forward. The sounds of the world came back slowly, horns in the distance, a dog barking, a teenager laughing into a phone. Life. I turned a corner and saw something strange. A church I recognized, but it wasn't where it should be. A coffee shop with a name I didn't remember, even though the inside looked familiar. My feet led me to a street I swore I knew, but none of the street signs matched. The world had been rebuilt, slightly, subtly, and I understood somehow that this wasn't the same place I'd left behind. It wasn't punishment. It wasn't exile. It was after. Not heaven, not hell. Just another version. One where the weight had shifted. I passed a small park. A group of kids played tag near the swings. A woman pushed a stroller. A man on a bench flipped through a paperback. Everything looked so normal it hurt. I sat down on a nearby bench and let the feeling wash over me. And then I saw her. A little girl standing near the jungle gym. Red jacket. Black shoes. Same height. Same dark hair tied in 2 neat braids. She was holding a stuffed dog, dirty, well-loved, just like the one I'd seen bounce into the street all those years ago. My chest tightened. She looked at me. Not long, just a glance. Then she turned and ran to join the others. I closed my eyes. When I opened them, she was gone. That night, I went home, or what felt like home. The key still worked. My name was still on the mailbox, but the apartment inside was different, brighter. Like someone had opened a few windows and aired out the ghosts. The photos on the wall were new. I didn't remember taking them, but they were mine. The kitchen table, the one I swore I built with my sister's help, was still there. But when I opened the drawer, I found a note tucked neatly inside. Just one sentence, written in clean, narrow handwriting. "You made it off the bus." I sat down, the note in my hand, and breathed deeply, fully. For the first time in years, whatever came next, I was ready. Because I had remembered, and because I had chosen to step down. The days after I got off the bus felt slow, but not in a bad way, not like before. It was the kind of slow you feel when you've been moving too fast for too long and you finally stop. Like your mind has to recalibrate to silence, like your body doesn't know what to do with peace. I'd never realized how much noise I had been carrying inside, around me, woven into every routine. I woke up the next morning to sunlight bleeding in through the blinds. No dreams, no whispers, just quiet. And for the first time in years, I didn't dread it. The city felt different now, but I'd accepted that. It wasn't mine exactly, but it wasn't foreign either. It was a version, a mirror held at just the right angle to show me what I'd missed. There were people who seemed familiar, but when I tried to place them, the memory would shift like sand in my hand. And I didn't chase it, I let it be. Some things are meant to be remembered in pieces. I started walking everywhere again, not to run from anything, but because I wanted to look, to really see. It's strange how easily you can pass through your life without noticing the details. The way trees lean into each other, the chipped paint on the corner bodega, the way strangers nod when they catch your eye, like some part of them recognizes that you're both real. I watched the buses too. Not every day, just often enough. Sometimes I'd see Route 111 roll past. The number would flicker on the screen up front, same as it always had. And for a brief moment, I'd hold my breath, watching the windows, waiting. But they never came back. Not the strangers, not Glenn, not the version of me who used to sit in that second row seat, shoulders hunched, headphones in, trying to disappear. That man was gone, and I was okay with that. A few weeks after I stepped off the bus, I walked into a support center on the south side. I didn't plan to. I was just wandering and saw the sign. Community grief counseling. Free walk-ins. I stood outside the door for a long time before I pushed it open. The woman at the desk didn't ask questions. She just smiled, handed me a form, and told me to take my time. I didn't fill out most of it, just my name. And under reason for visit, I wrote, for something I saw, for something I did, for someone I didn't stop. I didn't know what I expected from the first session. Confession, forgiveness, answers. What I got was a room with 2 chairs and a man named Dorian, who looked like he'd been tired for a very long time, but in a way that made him patient. He didn't push me to talk, he just waited. And when I started, it wasn't the whole story, not at first, just fragments, feelings, a bus, a pair of eyes that never blinked, a moment in traffic I never truly faced. I didn't mention the words strangers or reflections. I didn't say anything about Glenn. It would have sounded too strange out loud, too far from what people expect grief or guilt to look like. But Dorian listened anyway, and something about that made space in me. Slowly, session by session, I started filling in the blanks. I talked about the girl, how I didn't stop, how I let myself believe that if no one saw it, it hadn't happened. Dorian didn't call me a monster. He didn't pity me either. He just nodded, sometimes scribbled something on a notepad, but mostly he let me talk. And that helped. It helped more than I ever expected. A month after that, I found myself outside the school near my old apartment, not for any reason. I was walking again, and my feet led me there. It was recess. Kids shouting, laughing, chasing each other around like their joy had nowhere to land. And then I saw her. A little girl in a red coat, sitting alone near the fence, talking to her stuffed dog like it was the only one who listened. I froze. For a second, I thought it was her. But when she looked up, she had blue eyes, not brown, and a gap between her teeth that made her grin crooked and bright. Not the girl from the road. A different girl, but still someone. She waved. I hesitated, then waved back. That night, I wrote her name down, not the girl at the school, the other one, the one I never stopped for. I didn't know it at the time. I never asked, never waited for sirens or names, but somehow, I think I always knew. I wrote it down. I lit a candle, and I said it out loud. It didn't fix anything. It didn't bring her back, but it mattered. Saying it mattered. I think that's what the strangers were waiting for all along. Not fear, not regret, but acknowledgement. Some pain you can't bury, you're not supposed to. You're supposed to carry it, learn how to walk differently with it, how to talk through it, how to stop letting it shape your whole damn life. And eventually, how to set it down. Not forget, but stop pretending it never happened. One night, I stood at my window and looked down at the street, the same way I had so many times before. And there, parked quietly at the curb, was the bus. Route 111. No driver. No passengers. Just waiting. I didn't go down. I didn't need to. Instead, I stood there for a while, one hand on the glass, watching it. And when it finally pulled away, fading into the dark like a memory, I smiled. A real one. Because I'd already stepped off. And I wasn't going back. I've always felt at home in the wilderness, Some people find comfort in busy cities or surrounded by others, but for me, the peace comes only when I'm miles away from civilization, lost among the tall trees and silent lakes. I've spent countless weekends camping alone, never once feeling unsafe. But after what happened last month, I'll never see the forest the same way again. I chose that weekend in late September for a reason. The days were warm, but the nights were just beginning to chill, and the leaves had started to show hints of orange and gold. It was perfect camping weather. I'd spent weeks researching secluded areas in the Allegheny National Forest, trying to find a place where I wouldn't see another soul for miles. Finally, I stumbled on a location deep inside the northern boundary of the park, well away from any trails or popular campsites. It was exactly what I was looking for. Packing carefully, I filled my backpack with everything I'd need for 3 days alone. I had food, water, my trusty knife, a small first aid kit, and a good tent. Before leaving, I checked and rechecked my gear, making sure everything was in place. The last thing I packed was my favorite flashlight, one powerful enough to light up the darkest corners of the forest. The drive up was uneventful, a 2-hour journey that turned into 3 when the roads narrowed into dirt tracks, winding up into remote hills. Eventually, I parked at a secluded pull-off, far from the main roads. After shouldering my pack and double-checking my GPS coordinates, I began the long hike into the heart of the forest. The silence was immediate and comforting. Trees towered over me, forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into scattered patches on the forest floor. The air smelled fresh, heavy with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves. It felt good to be alone. It took about 4 hours to reach the spot I'd marked on my map. It was nestled in a clearing near a shallow stream surrounded by dense clusters of trees. After pitching my tent, I gathered some wood for a campfire, working steadily until dusk started to fall. As the sky darkened, I built a fire and sat close to it, eating a simple dinner of dried jerky and granola bars. The fire crackled softly, sending sparks drifting upward, mingling with stars beginning to twinkle in the darkening sky. It was peaceful, perfect even, the exact solitude I'd sought. At first I didn't notice the noise. It was subtle, like the rustling of leaves or the creaking of branches, typical sounds of the forest at night. But soon it became clearer, more persistent a voice, faint but distinctly human. "Help me, please," it called softly from somewhere in the darkness. I sat up straight, immediately alert. I strained to hear, convinced I was mistaken. There shouldn't be anyone else out here, not for miles. I listened again, barely breathing. "Please help," it came again, clearer now, the voice filled with desperation. Quickly, I grabbed my flashlight and stood up, my heart pounding in my chest. The voice sounded like a woman's, frightened and pleading. My first instinct was that someone was lost or injured, possibly another hiker who'd strayed far off course. Without a second thought, I called back loudly, "Hold on, I'm coming, where are you?" There was a brief silence before the voice answered, "I'm here, over here." I moved towards the sound, stepping carefully away from the warmth and safety of my fire. With each step into the darkness, my flashlight beam cutting through the trees, I expected to see a figure emerge, someone injured or scared. But the woods remained empty, eerily silent, except for the soft crackling of leaves beneath my boots. "Where are you?" I called again, my voice echoing through the trees. "Over here," the voice repeated, but this time it sounded further away. "Please hurry." A chill ran through my body as I pushed forward faster, scrambling over roots and branches, desperate to find the source. My flashlight beam danced wildly in front of me, illuminating nothing but endless rows of trees. I ran several hundred yards before stopping to listen again. Silence filled the air. "Hello?" I shouted. "Are you there?" For a long moment, there was no reply, only the whisper of leaves shifting in a faint breeze. Then suddenly, from deeper within the darkness, came the same voice again, softer now but unmistakably clear. "You're almost here, please help." Confusion mixed with anxiety as I moved forward, deeper into the forest than I'd ever intended. I glanced behind me, realizing with a sinking feeling that I could no longer see the glow of my campfire. My heart rate accelerated. I'd been trained to keep track of landmarks, but I'd been so focused on the voice that I'd forgotten basic safety. My camp, my gear, my GPS, all of it was behind me now, lost somewhere in the darkness. Frustrated and anxious, I shouted again, "Where are you? I can't see you." No immediate response came this time. Instead, silence returned with a suffocating intensity. Panic tightened my throat as I spun in a circle, shining my flashlight frantically in all directions. Trees loomed all around, identical in every direction. I realized, with terrifying clarity, that I'd lost my bearings completely. "Hello?" I called again, voice shaking slightly now. "Say something." Finally, from somewhere deeper still, the voice responded, no longer pleading but calm, almost soothing. "Come closer," it beckoned gently. "Just a bit further." Something felt very wrong now. The desperation in the voice was gone, replaced by something else, an eerie calmness that made my stomach twist in fear. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead as I tried to retrace my steps, but each direction looked exactly the same, thick trees blocking any recognizable path. I stood still, breathing rapidly, trying desperately to orient myself. The voice spoke again, quieter, almost a whisper. "Don't stop now. You're nearly here." In that moment, a realization slammed into me. I'd never actually gotten closer to the voice. It had always remained just out of reach, pulling me deeper into the darkness. Each step I'd taken had drawn me further away from safety, away from my camp, and into the most isolated parts of the forest. My heart raced with terror as I shone the flashlight around me once more. The trees here grew impossibly close together, their branches interlocking high above, blocking out even the faintest hint of moonlight. I was utterly trapped. "Who are you?" I shouted desperately, my voice echoing off the dense walls of trees surrounding me. This time the voice didn't answer immediately. Instead, Silence stretched painfully long before the quiet reply finally came, this time colder, more certain than before. "You already know," it whispered. "You've always known." The flashlight trembled in my hands as panic surged, my body rooted to the spot. The voice no longer sounded human, its tone now chillingly familiar yet impossible to place. My mind raced with fear, realization crashing down around me. I wasn't just lost, I had been carefully led here, drawn intentionally into the heart of this suffocating wilderness. And now, deep within the shadows of the trees, whatever had called to me was waiting. My breathing came in short, panicked gasps as I stood frozen, gripping the flashlight tightly with sweat-soaked hands. The voice had stopped, leaving me suspended in a terrifying silence. I strained to hear something, anything, but the forest had gone unnaturally quiet, not a rustle of leaves, not the creak of branches. It was as if the entire wilderness was holding its breath alongside me. I swung my flashlight in every direction, desperate to regain my bearings. Each beam of light illuminated only identical trunks of massive trees, their bark rough and gnarled, their branches twisting into shapes that seemed oddly menacing in the darkness. I was completely disoriented, with no way of telling which direction I'd come from, or how far I'd wandered from my camp. A surge of panic washed over me as I realized my backpack, my food, water, and GPS was all left behind. In my haste, I'd abandoned the safety rules that had always guided my wilderness excursions. Now, I was paying the price for my carelessness. "Think," I whispered to myself, attempting to steady my nerves. "Just calm down. Retrace your steps." I tried moving slowly, deliberately, scanning the ground with the flashlight for signs of my earlier path. But the forest floor offered no clues, just layers of fallen leaves and scattered pine needles. Each direction I turned felt identical, every path equally uncertain. A wave of dizziness gripped me as panic threatened to overtake my rational mind. Then, abruptly, the voice returned, whispering softly from the darkness just beyond the beam of my flashlight. "You shouldn't have stopped," it said quietly. Its tone had shifted again, no longer pleading or soothing, but now slightly mocking. "You're not safe here." "Who are you?" I shouted desperately, turning toward the voice, though seeing nothing. "What do you want from me?" My question hung unanswered in the stillness. A moment passed before the voice responded, this time sounding further away, almost playful in its evasiveness. "You're running out of time." Anger briefly replaced my fear. "Enough!" I yelled, trying to sound braver than I felt. "Stop messing with me!" My shout echoed through the trees, eventually fading into silence. There was no reply. Frustrated and increasingly terrified, I moved cautiously in what I hoped was the direction I'd originally come from. Every step felt heavy, my boots sinking slightly into the soft earth beneath me. The flashlight's beam danced wildly, illuminating twisted branches that reached toward me like grasping hands. Minutes dragged on, but I saw nothing familiar. Anxiety pressed tighter around my chest as I realized I was only moving deeper into unfamiliar territory. Each tree looked identical to the last, their shadows merging into endless darkness. My sense of direction was completely gone. Just as hopelessness threatened to overwhelm me, a sudden sharp sound broke the silence, a snapping branch, unmistakably close behind me. I spun around, heart racing, flashlight trembling in my grip. The beam pierced the darkness, revealing nothing but empty forest. Yet the feeling of being watched intensified, my instincts screaming that I wasn't alone. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice weak and trembling despite my effort to sound authoritative. There was no response. Instead, a sudden gust of wind whispered through the trees, rustling the branches like dry laughter. The sound sent chills down my spine. I backed away instinctively, stumbling slightly on the uneven ground. My breath came rapidly, and my pulse thundered in my ears. "Please," I whispered into the darkness, desperate now, my bravado shattered. "Let me go. I just want to leave." Again silence answered me. The wind subsided as quickly as it had begun, leaving only suffocating quiet. My mind raced with possibilities. Had someone been following me, playing a twisted game? Or had I stumbled onto something I wasn't supposed to see? Gathering what remained of my courage, I started moving again, picking a random direction. I had no plan other than to escape the oppressive atmosphere that pressed down upon me. My legs felt heavy, exhaustion creeping into my muscles, but adrenaline kept me moving. After several minutes, I noticed the trees thinning slightly ahead. Hope surged through me. Perhaps I'd found a clearing, a recognizable landmark, or even better, my own campsite. I quickened my pace, stumbling forward eagerly. The flashlight revealed the edge of a small clearing, its grassy surface illuminated faintly by moonlight filtering through thin clouds overhead. Stepping into the open space, I immediately felt exposed. The clearing was unnaturally quiet, and the grass beneath my feet was brittle, crunching loudly with every step. My flashlight beam caught something reflective at the far end, something metallic glinting in the shadows. Cautiously I moved closer, heart pounding louder with every step. As I drew nearer, the object revealed itself clearly, a rusted old lantern hanging from a bent metal pole, swaying gently as if recently disturbed. Beneath it was a wooden bench, weathered and rotted, clearly abandoned long ago. I glanced around quickly, my pulse racing. This was no natural clearing. Someone had once used this space, perhaps many years ago. The realization made my blood run cold. How long had this place been here, hidden deep within the forest? And who had used it? I swung my flashlight around again, illuminating the rest of the clearing. At the far end, barely visible through the trees, stood an old, dilapidated structure, a small cabin, its wooden walls blackened by age and decay. I hesitated, frozen in place by conflicting emotions. Instinct screamed at me to turn around, to run back into the forest, away from whatever waited inside. But the rational part of me argued differently. A structure meant shelter, maybe even a map, supplies, or some clue that could lead me back to safety. Taking a shaky breath, I approached the cabin carefully. Each step was deliberate, slow, the flashlight beam steadying as my resolve hardened. Reaching the porch, I tested the wood carefully. It creaked under my weight, but held firm. The door hung loosely from rusted hinges, slightly ajar, revealing nothing but darkness within. Swallowing hard, I pushed the door open wider, shining the flashlight inside. The beam illuminated a dusty, bare interior. An ancient bed frame stood in the corner, springs rusted and broken. Beside it, a wooden table leaned precariously, scattered with yellowed papers and empty bottles. But it was the far wall that caught my attention. A large, crudely drawn map pinned against splintered wood, faded but clearly depicting surrounding landmarks, trails, and even my current location. Relief surged through me momentarily. Maybe I'd found a way out. Maybe this nightmare could finally end. I stepped closer, studying the map intently, memorizing paths, trails, and markers. And then I heard it. The door behind me creaked slowly shut, sealing me inside the darkness. My flashlight flickered once, twice, then went out completely, plunging me into absolute blackness. Panic surged through my chest as I fumbled desperately with the flashlight, slapping it against my palm in frustration. It remained dead, leaving me blind and trapped. From somewhere in the darkness of the cabin, the voice spoke once more, now close, impossibly close, whispering gently, "Welcome home." My entire body went cold at the sound of those whispered words. I froze completely, heart thundering in my ears, trapped in absolute darkness. My hands trembled violently as I continued to frantically tap the flashlight, desperate to bring it back to life. Nothing happened. The blackness pressed in around me, a thick, suffocating weight, and for a moment I felt like I couldn't breathe. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice cracking with panic. I hated how vulnerable I sounded, how utterly helpless. "Please, just let me go." There was no answer, only the faint creaking of the old cabin around me, wood settling as if alive and responding to my fear. I stretched out my arms, moving carefully in the direction I remembered the door to be, my steps cautious and slow. The silence felt oppressive, waiting, as if the cabin itself was holding its breath. Reaching the door, I grasped the handle firmly, pulling it with all my strength, but it refused to budge. It wasn't just closed, it felt locked or stuck. My panic intensified as I tugged desperately, rattling the door in its frame. "Open!" I shouted, feeling hysteria rising in my chest. "Come on, open!" Nothing. The door remained solidly shut, mocking my attempts to escape. I slammed my fists against the wood, frustration and terror combining into a raw animalistic rage. Each strike echoed through the empty cabin, filling my ears until my hands ached. Eventually, exhausted and trembling, I slumped against the door, breathing raggedly. Tears of frustration burned my eyes, mixing with the sweat and dirt streaking my face. What had I gotten myself into? How had a simple camping trip turned into a nightmare so quickly? The silence inside the cabin stretched endlessly. Minutes passed like hours. Slowly, as my breathing steadied, I forced myself to think rationally. There had to be another way out. Old cabins usually had windows, exits, something. I just needed to stay calm and find it. Standing carefully, I felt my way along the wall, fingers tracing splintered wood, searching for anything, a window frame, another door, even a weak spot in the rotting walls. My eyes strained against the darkness, desperate for even the faintest hint of light. My hand brushed against something rough and textured, and I paused, feeling carefully. It was the old map I'd seen moments earlier, still pinned tightly to the wall. My thoughts raced. If the map was accurate, maybe I could memorize enough of it to find my way back once I got outside. As I ran my fingers along the surface, I realized it was torn at the bottom corner, a piece missing. Something else was pinned beneath it, a scrap of paper, brittle and faded. Carefully, I peeled the paper free, holding it tightly in my shaking hands. Unable to see it clearly, I felt the edges, my fingertips tracing deep, deliberate grooves in the paper. It felt like handwriting. Without light, it was impossible to decipher, but I carefully folded it into my pocket, determined to examine it once I escaped. As I continued along the wall, my fingertips finally brushed over the splintered edges of a window frame. Relief flooded through me, only to quickly fade as I realized the window was boarded tightly from the outside. Nails jutted inward, sharp and rusted, barring any hope of escape. My frustration bubbled up again. This wasn't accidental. Someone had deliberately sealed the cabin. Was it to keep others out, or something inside? I didn't want to think about either possibility. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from somewhere deeper inside the cabin. My breath caught sharply as I turned toward the noise, every muscle tense. It sounded like movement, cautious footsteps, shifting gently across the creaking floorboards. Someone else was inside with me. "Who's there?" I demanded sharply, trying to sound braver than I felt. "Show yourself." Silence fell instantly. The movement ceased, replaced once again by the oppressive quiet. My pulse hammered painfully in my chest. Was I losing my mind? Was my fear making me imagine things? Or was I genuinely not alone in this cabin? Then softly, the voice spoke again from the darkness, closer now, clearer, almost tangible. "You've been away for too long," it whispered calmly, almost reassuringly. "But now you're back where you belong." My skin prickled with cold dread. "Stop," I snapped, my voice echoing painfully. "This isn't my home. I don't belong here." "Oh, but you do," the voice murmured gently, filled with certainty. "This is exactly where you belong, with me." I shook my head frantically in the darkness, a futile gesture. "Who are you?" I whispered weakly, terror stealing the strength from my voice. The silence stretched again, long and agonizing, until the voice finally replied quietly, almost sadly, "Don't you remember?" Something in those words stirred a deep, buried fear within me. A sense of familiarity tugged at the edge of my mind, elusive and troubling. I racked my brain, trying desperately to recall why this voice, this place, seemed so hauntingly familiar. Had I been here before? Was it possible that I'd suppressed some memory, something so frightening or traumatic that I'd blocked it entirely? The rustling returned, growing louder, moving closer now, directly ahead of me. Panic surged anew as I stumbled backward, heart racing uncontrollably. My heel caught on something unseen, and I crashed heavily to the floor, pain shooting through my elbow and shoulder. As I lay there, dazed and disoriented, the presence drew nearer. I could feel it, a coldness emanating through the darkness, slowly encircling me, pressing in from every side. "Please," I begged helplessly, eyes wide with fear, even though I saw nothing. "Just leave me alone." "That's impossible," the voice replied softly, almost regretfully. "You've returned. Now you must stay." The temperature inside the cabin seemed to plummet suddenly, my breath coming out in misty clouds. Shivering violently, I curled into myself, unable to move or speak. The floor beneath me felt icy, as though the very earth had turned against me. My eyes strained against the darkness, desperate for even a hint of movement or shape, but nothing appeared. I don't know how long I lay there, paralyzed by fear and cold. Minutes, hours, I lost all sense of time. Gradually, exhaustion claimed me, pulling me into a restless, dream-filled sleep. Visions filled my mind, fragments of memories and dreams merging into a chaotic tapestry. Trees closing in around me, shadowy figures whispering unintelligible words, and always, always, that familiar voice, gently urging me deeper into darkness. When I awoke with a start, my body aching and cold, faint daylight seeped through gaps in the boarded window. The cabin appeared empty, quiet. Slowly, painfully, I pulled myself up from the floor, every muscle stiff and protesting. In the faint morning light, I could finally see clearly. The cabin was filthy and decaying, furniture broken, mold covering the walls. But my attention returned immediately to the paper I'd tucked away earlier. My hands trembled as I retrieved it from my pocket, unfolding it carefully. In faded handwriting, scrawled shakily across the page, I read the words that stole the breath from my lungs. "You can't leave. You never could. None of us can." My heart sank, dread washing over me in waves. Whatever had brought me here, whatever that voice truly was, it wasn't finished with me. This cabin, this forest, held secrets darker than I'd ever imagined. And now, with chilling certainty, I realized escape might not just be difficult, it might be impossible. Sunlight crept slowly into the cabin, filtering through cracks between weathered boards and casting dim patterns on the warped wooden floor. Even in daylight, the small room felt oppressive and bleak. The paper trembled in my fingers, the handwritten words etched into my memory, repeating endlessly in my head. "You can't leave. You never could. None of us can." I forced myself upright, every movement sluggish and painful, muscles protesting after the cold night spent curled up on the unforgiving floor. My clothes were damp and dirty, clinging to my skin uncomfortably. I rubbed my stiff neck, trying to shake the persistent sense of dread. Daylight should have offered reassurance, but it only highlighted the decaying walls, splintered furniture, and boarded windows, a prison rather than a refuge. Forcing myself to think clearly, I scanned the room again, desperate to find something I might have missed in the dark. The faded map still hung limply on the far wall, its edges curling and cracked. The landmarks and trails it depicted seemed genuine, at least as far as I could tell. If I could just orient myself, perhaps I could find my way back to my campsite and escape this nightmare. Stepping cautiously to the map, I studied it carefully in the dim daylight. Markings showed old trails, rivers, and topographical lines of elevation. At the center, a small circle indicated what had to be the cabin I was currently trapped in. From here, a faint line ran northwest, leading eventually to a broader path that appeared to loop back toward the area I'd originally camped. Hope stirred briefly. If I could somehow escape this cabin and keep moving northwest, I had a chance. I committed the direction and markers to memory, feeling determination replace fear. I couldn't let myself believe the ominous message scribbled on that old note. I had to believe there was a way out. With newfound resolve, I approached the boarded window again, examining it carefully in the daylight. Thick planks of wood were nailed securely across the frame, but years of exposure had weakened the structure. I tugged experimentally on one of the boards, feeling a slight give. Encouraged, I searched the cabin for something to pry with. In a corner near the broken bed frame, I discovered a rusty fireplace poker half hidden beneath scattered debris. Taking a deep breath, I wedged the poker beneath the weakest plank, leveraging my weight against it. Wood creaked and groaned in protest, splinters flying as I strained against the nails holding it in place. Sweat poured down my forehead as adrenaline and desperation fueled my efforts. Finally, after several exhausting attempts, the plank broke free, clattering loudly to the floor. Fresh air rushed into the cabin, carrying the familiar earthy scent of the forest. Relief surged through me as I breathed deeply. Without hesitation, I attacked the remaining boards, using every ounce of strength left in my body. One by one, they gave way until the window was clear enough to climb through. I paused for just a moment, gathering myself before pulling myself up and squeezing through the narrow opening. Dropping onto the soft, moss-covered ground outside felt like stepping into freedom itself. I stumbled forward, lungs filling gratefully with cool morning air. The forest around me seemed quiet and serene in the daylight, offering no hint of last night's terror. Quickly, I oriented myself, remembering the direction from the map northwest. Ignoring the hunger and fatigue gnawing at me, I began walking briskly, eager to put as much distance as possible between myself and the cabin. Every step felt like a small victory, a defiance against whatever had imprisoned me. But as I moved deeper into the woods, I felt an unsettling awareness that I was still being watched. I glanced behind me frequently, half expecting to see something following, but nothing appeared. Still, I couldn't shake the paranoia. The trees felt thicker, the shadows denser than before. The forest, usually a comforting presence, now seemed hostile, its silent trees conspiring to block my escape. As I pushed forward, the terrain grew difficult, covered in thick underbrush and tangled roots that grabbed at my boots, slowing my progress. Hours passed without sight of familiar landmarks or trails. The hopeful confidence I'd felt upon escaping the cabin slowly eroded, replaced once again by creeping dread. Pausing to catch my breath near a small stream, I knelt and cupped water into my parched mouth, the coolness soothing my raw throat. As I stood, preparing to continue onward, a soft rustling from nearby foliage caught my attention. My body tensed instinctively. "Hello," I called hesitantly, unsure if I wanted an answer. No reply came, only silence. I peered into the underbrush, heart pounding, but saw nothing unusual. Just as I began to dismiss it as paranoia, the rustling resumed, closer now, deliberate and cautious. My pulse spiked, adrenaline flooding my system. "Who's there?" I demanded more forcefully, taking a cautious step back. Then, slowly emerging from between two dense shrubs, stepped a figure thin, pale, and disheveled, his clothing torn and filthy. The man regarded me with wide, haunted eyes. My first thought was that he, too, was lost, another victim of whatever haunted this forest. "Who are you?" I asked cautiously, my voice barely steady. He studied me warily before speaking, his voice rough and barely above a whisper. "You shouldn't be here. It won't let you leave." I stared at him, chills racing down my spine. "What won't let me leave?" He shook his head slowly, eyes darting around nervously. "I tried. God knows I tried. It keeps bringing me back." "How long have you been out here?" I asked, horrified by his appearance. His gaze grew distant, unfocused. "Weeks, months, I don't know anymore. Time doesn't matter here." Frustration bubbled up inside me, mixing with renewed fear. "Listen, I found a map. We can leave together. I know the way." His expression softened sadly. "I've seen your map, too. It doesn't work. Nothing works here. It won't let us go." "What is it?" I demanded, desperate for answers. "Who's doing this?" His eyes narrowed, his voice suddenly cold and distant. "The forest. It's alive. It knows us, remembers us. Once it takes you, it never lets go." "No," I insisted, shaking my head vigorously. "There has to be a way out. I won't accept that." He stepped back slowly, melting into the shadows. "I thought so too. But look at me. Do I look free to you?" Before I could respond, he vanished silently into the trees, leaving me alone once more. The hope drained from my body like water through sand. My resolve faltered, doubt gnawing at my courage. I pressed onward anyway, desperate to defy his words, but as evening approached, the forest darkened ominously. I soon realized with bitter dread that I'd returned impossibly to the same clearing where the cabin stood. My heart sank as I saw it waiting, patient, mocking my attempts at escape. The door was open wide, an invitation or a threat. A whisper brushed against my ears, carried by the wind. "You can't leave. You never could." Standing there, trembling at the edge of the clearing, I finally understood the full weight of those words. Whatever controlled this place, whatever darkness inhabited these woods, it had me exactly where it wanted me. And now, as the shadows lengthened and the cabin beckoned silently, I knew escape was slipping further from my grasp. I stood at the edge of the clearing, my body trembling from exhaustion and fear, staring helplessly at the open door of the cabin. Twilight settled around me, a bluish hue creeping through the dense forest. The darkening sky cast strange, shifting shadows on the ground, making everything appear distorted, unreal. I wanted to believe it was just a nightmare, that I'd wake up any moment safely inside my tent, far from this twisted place. But every aching muscle and shallow breath told me otherwise. This was painfully real. As darkness deepened, I weighed my options. My desperate attempt to leave had only brought me back here, as if the forest itself had twisted and turned to trap me. The haunted, broken man I'd encountered had been right. There was something about this place that refused to let go. It was alive, malevolent, and now it had me firmly in its grip. With no shelter, no supplies, and the temperature dropping rapidly, I knew I couldn't survive a night in the open woods. Reluctantly, I moved closer to the cabin, each step sending waves of dread through me. My boots crunched softly on brittle grass and dead leaves. The open door yawned wide, a dark, unwelcoming void. I hesitated at the threshold, peering inside cautiously. Nothing had changed since I'd left earlier that morning. The broken furniture, peeling walls, and lingering scent of decay remained untouched. But now the place seemed to breathe softly, each creak and groan of old wood sounding like a whisper of anticipation. I took a hesitant step inside, heart pounding painfully, and the temperature seemed to drop further, a chill settling deep into my bones. The map still hung limply from the far wall. I walked toward it again, desperation fueling a stubborn hope. Perhaps I'd missed something vital, some clue that could lead me safely out. I studied it carefully, tracing paths, rivers, and landmarks again. Yet this time something about it felt different. The lines and trails seemed slightly shifted, subtly changed. Confused, I leaned closer, squinting at the faded ink. As I stared, the map began to blur slightly, lines shifting before my eyes, rearranging themselves silently and impossibly. I stepped back in shock, blinking rapidly, certain I was hallucinating from exhaustion and fear. When I looked again, the map had settled into a completely new layout, paths looping endlessly, forming strange symbols and impossible circles. Panic clawed at my chest as I realized the horrifying truth. The map wasn't meant to guide, it was meant to deceive, to trap. I tore it from the wall angrily, crumpling it in my hands and throwing it to the floor. Tears of frustration and fear filled my eyes. The cabin seemed to laugh quietly around me, creaking with satisfaction at my helplessness. Suddenly, from just beyond the doorway, came a faint rustling noise. My entire body went rigid with fear. Had the man I'd encountered earlier returned? Was someone else here now, another lost soul drawn to this cursed place? "Hello?" I called cautiously, my voice thin and wavering. Silence answered me. I strained to listen, pulse hammering in my ears. Again the rustling came, louder this time, followed by the soft crunching of footsteps outside. Instinctively, I backed deeper into the shadows of the cabin, holding my breath, eyes locked on the doorway. Then, Slowly, a figure appeared in the fading twilight, stepping carefully into view. My breath caught sharply. It was the same man I'd encountered earlier, his thin frame and haunted eyes unmistakable. But this time he seemed calmer, his expression oddly resigned rather than frightened. "You came back," he said softly, stepping just inside the doorway, gazing around the cabin as if seeing an old friend. "They always come back." I stared at him warily, unsure if he was friend or foe. "What is this place?" I demanded, struggling to keep my voice steady. "What's happening here?" He smiled faintly, sadly. "I told you already. This place is alive. It remembers everyone who comes here, and once it knows you, it won't let you leave." "That's impossible," I protested weakly, though my own experiences argued otherwise. "There has to be a way out. We can't just be trapped here." The man shook his head slowly, stepping further into the room. His gaze moved thoughtfully over the decayed furniture, finally settling on the crumpled map I discarded. "I tried everything, running, fighting, even burning this place down. But every time it brought me back. It wants us here, trapped." Desperation tightened my throat. "Why us? Why me?" His eyes met mine with chilling certainty. "Because it chose you. Just like it chose me. Just like it chose everyone before us. We're part of it now." My blood ran cold at his words. I refused to accept that fate. Determined to fight, I pushed past him, rushing back outside into the deepening darkness. I would run again, this time faster, smarter, determined to defy whatever dark force held me prisoner. But as I burst into the clearing, my heart sank instantly. Instead of the familiar dense forest, I faced a wall of impenetrable darkness, trees twisted and interwoven so closely they formed an impassable barrier. I tried moving in another direction, but the result was the same. Thick branches reached out like claws, blocking every escape. Behind me, the man stood calmly in the cabin doorway, watching my futile attempts without emotion. "You see now," he called quietly, "it won't let us go." My legs gave out beneath me, and I sank to my knees in defeat. Around me, the forest whispered mockingly, its branches rustling softly like laughter. This place, whatever it was, had claimed me fully. Fighting seemed hopeless. Slowly, the man approached, crouching beside me. His voice was gentle, resigned. I fought too at first. We all do. But eventually, you accept it. It becomes easier then. I lifted my head, staring into his tired eyes. "How long have you been here?" His expression was distant, thoughtful, long enough to forget who I was before. I barely remember my own name now. Time doesn't exist here, not like out there. Fear surged through me again. But why? He shrugged helplessly. "Maybe it feeds on us, on our fear and desperation. Or maybe it just likes to collect us. Whatever the reason, we're here, and we can't escape." I shook my head stubbornly, fighting the despair that threatened to consume me. "There has to be something we haven't tried yet." He smiled faintly, sadly. "I admire your hope, but trust me, I've tried it all." The forest around us had gone silent again, heavy with anticipation. Night had fallen completely, darkness swallowing the cabin and the clearing. In the distance, something stirred a low, unsettling rustling, as if countless unseen figures moved quietly through the underbrush. The man's eyes widened slightly, fear returning momentarily before he composed himself. "It's coming again," he whispered nervously. "It always does at night." "What's coming?" I asked urgently, my pulse quickening again. He didn't answer immediately, his eyes darting nervous through the shadows. Finally he spoke, his voice tight with dread. "Whatever it is, it's hungry tonight, and it knows you're here." The rustling grew louder, closer, a terrifying sound surrounding the clearing. My body went cold, paralyzed by fear. In the darkness beyond the trees, something moved slowly, deliberately, watching us both, waiting patiently. The man stood quickly, his voice urgent now. "Inside, hurry." He pulled me toward the cabin, closing and bolting the door behind us as the sounds outside grew louder. The cabin trembled slightly, as if the forest itself reached out to grasp us. Huddled together in darkness, I finally understood the awful truth: this place would never let me go. And whatever lurked outside, stalking the shadows, was only part of the nightmare. The forest had claimed me, just as it had claimed countless others. And now, as night closed in and the rustling outside grew deafening, I realized something even worse. This nightmare was only beginning. The cabin shook as if battered by an angry storm. My heart slammed against my ribs, each thud echoing the fear now coursing through every nerve. Beside me, the man, my only companion in this nightmare, stood rigidly still, his eyes fixed blankly on the barred door, his breath shallow and rapid. "What is it?" I whispered desperately, my voice barely audible over the relentless scraping and clawing noises outside. He swallowed hard, his face drained of all color. "It's them, the others, the ones who were here before us." "Others?" I repeated, my voice tight with dread. "You said there were others. What happened to them?" He glanced at me with an expression of profound sorrow. "They became part of the forest. It took them, one by one. Now they're coming for us." The sound intensified, wood creaking and splintering under the force outside. Shadows shifted through gaps in the boarded windows, vague shapes pressing close, whispering and scratching at the rotted planks. Each whisper sent cold shivers cascading down my spine, fear freezing me in place. But beneath that fear, something else stirred, a stubborn, fierce will to survive. I refused to accept this fate. If this forest was alive, if it fed on our fear, then fighting back meant taking control over that terror. I turned to the man, grasping his shoulder firmly. "We can't just wait here," I said urgently. "We have to try something." He shook his head weakly, his voice barely a whisper. "There's nowhere to go." "Then we fight," I insisted, surprising even myself with the determination in my voice. "We confront whatever is out there. It wants us afraid, trapped, weak. We have to stop giving it that." He stared at me blankly, lost in hopelessness, until finally a spark returned to his eyes, faint but undeniable. Slowly he nodded. "What do we do?" I looked around quickly, scanning the cabin. In the far corner, beside the old bed frame, I saw the fireplace poker I'd used earlier, still lying forgotten on the dusty floor. Picking it up, I handed it to him. "Take this," I said firmly. "No matter what happens, stay close." He nodded, gripping the poker tightly. Together, we approached the door cautiously, hearts pounding, ready to confront whatever waited beyond. The scratching outside ceased abruptly as we stood facing the door. Silence pressed in heavily, unnatural and suffocating. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. Then, before fear could take hold again, I flung open the door. Darkness surged inward, but there was nothing there. No monsters, no shadowy figures, no twisted forms lurking. Only a quiet, empty clearing illuminated faintly by moonlight. Confusion twisted my thoughts as I stepped outside cautiously, glancing back at my companion, whose eyes were wide with disbelief. The clearing appeared peaceful now, untouched by whatever had been tormenting us moments before. I scanned the tree line carefully, searching for any movement, any sign of danger. Yet nothing stirred, and even the forest felt strangely calm. What happened?" he asked softly, bewildered. "I don't know," I murmured uneasily. It felt like a trick, another twisted game this forest was playing. But this time, I wasn't falling for it. I moved forward cautiously, gripping the flashlight I'd retrieved from inside, now inexplicably working again, and aimed its beam into the darkened trees. Then, slowly, movement caught my eye, something pale, half hidden behind a distant trunk. My heart quickened, but instead of fear, curiosity pulled me closer. As we moved through the trees, more figures became visible, pale faces watching us silently, their expressions calm, almost peaceful. One stepped forward, an older man, his features etched with kindness rather than malice. His eyes were gentle, tired. "You've stopped running," he said softly, almost approvingly. "Who are you?" I demanded cautiously. He smiled faintly. "I was lost here once, like you, like many others. The forest traps us by feeding on our fears, our desperation. The harder we fight, the stronger it grows." "How do we get out?" I asked urgently. "There must be a way." He nodded slowly, his gaze sad yet gentle. "You already found it. You stopped being afraid. You chose to face the forest instead of running. Fear is how it keeps us here. It's the only power it has." Around us, the others nodded quietly, their faces serene. "We stopped fearing it too late," he continued sadly. "By then we'd forgotten who we were." "But you haven't lost yourself yet." His words resonated deeply. The constant fear, the panic, had bound me tighter than any cage. But now, standing calmly in the forest, confronting rather than fleeing, I felt strangely empowered. The old man reached out, placing a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "Walk straight and don't look back. Trust yourself. The forest has no power if you don't give it fear." "What about you?" I asked gently. His expression softened, a quiet acceptance settling over him. "We're part of it now, but perhaps your escape means others might find theirs someday." Grateful tears blurred my vision as I turned to the man who'd shared my terror and struggle. "Come with me," I urged gently. "We can leave together." But he shook his head, smiling sadly. "I lost myself a long time ago. I don't even remember who I was before this place. Go. You're stronger than I ever was." Reluctantly, I nodded, stepping away from the gathered figures and facing the forest. It no longer felt menacing, just a wilderness waiting quietly for me to reclaim my path. Taking a deep breath, I began walking forward, each step filling me with growing confidence and strength. Minutes passed into hours, the forest silent around me, no whispers, no rustling threats. The trees gradually became familiar, landmarks returning, guiding me gently but surely back to the path I'd first taken when this nightmare began. Eventually, I recognized my original trail, clearly visible in the breaking dawn. As morning sunlight warmed my face, I stumbled onto the familiar campsite where my tent and gear awaited me, untouched and undisturbed. Relief flooded over me, exhaustion finally overtaking the adrenaline that had sustained me through the night. Collapsing near my tent, I gazed around in disbelief. Had it all been real? The figures, the cabin, the voice that lured me deep into darkness, they felt distant now, dreamlike, yet the vivid memories and aching muscles confirmed every terrifying moment. I packed my belongings quickly, eager to leave. Each step away from the forest felt lighter, freer, as if invisible chains had finally fallen away. As I reached my car, parked exactly as I'd left it, I glanced one final time into the dense woods behind me. Somewhere deep within, I knew the cabin still waited, along with those lost souls trapped by their fears. But now I understood something crucial. Fear was a prison stronger than any walls. By facing it head-on, I'd found my escape, a strength within myself I never knew existed. As I drove away, watching the trees recede into the distance, the lingering dread finally vanished. Whatever force haunted that place thrived only on fear and despair, and I'd chosen to leave mine behind. My nightmare was over, but the lesson remained, etched deep into my heart. Fear loses its power once confronted, and freedom begins the moment you refuse to run. All right, I don't even know where to start, because I feel like I'm losing my mind. This happened 3 nights ago, and I haven't been back to my apartment since. I don't know if I should call the cops, or if I'm just being paranoid, but something is wrong. It started last week when I found a Craigslist listing for a free couch. I know that sounds sketchy, but hear me out. I'm a broke college student, and my current couch is practically disintegrating. So when I saw an ad for a decent-looking couch in my area, I jumped on it. The guy who posted it responded almost immediately, way too eager to give it away. He didn't even ask for money or help moving. ETH just said, "I'll bring it over tonight. What's your address?" That should have been a red flag, right? But I was too excited about the free couch to care. Later that night, around 9 p.m., an old pickup truck pulled up in front of my apartment. The driver was a thin, middle-aged guy, balding, maybe late 40s. He barely made eye contact as he stepped out of the truck. No small talk, no introductions, just walked around to the back and yanked the couch out like he couldn't get rid of it fast enough. I was standing in the doorway, kind of hesitant. I had expected him to at least ask for help moving it inside, but he insisted on carrying it himself. And he was strong. This thing wasn't light, but he dragged it up my stairs alone like it weighed nothing. The whole time he didn't say a word. Just set it down in my living room, nodded, and walked out before I could even thank him. The whole interaction lasted maybe 5 minutes, but something about it felt off, like he was in a hurry, like he wanted to be gone before I could ask questions. But again, free couch. That night, I lounged on it for hours, scrolling my phone, watching television, totally normal, nothing weird. Until I woke up at 3:30 a.m. to a faint knocking sound. I live alone, and the sound wasn't coming from outside. It was coming from inside the apartment. I sat up, heart pounding. The knocking was soft, rhythmic, like something tapping against wood. I turned on every light, searched the whole place, checked the front door, checked the closet. Nothing. Eventually, I convinced myself I was imagining it. Maybe the building was settling, or the wind was rattling something. It didn't help that I was running on like 4 hours of sleep. I pushed the thought away. And the next morning I forgot about it. The next night I stayed up late again. Around midnight I started feeling weird about the couch, like the cushions felt different. Not wrong, just off, like they were softer than before, almost hollow. I pressed down harder, and that's when I felt it. Something solid under the cushion, something hidden inside the couch. My stomach twisted. I unzipped the fabric, hesitating, already feeling like I didn't want to know what was inside. And then I found it. A small black camera. It was taped into a hidden compartment, wedged deep inside the frame. My hands started shaking as I pulled it out, fingers slick with sweat. The lens was facing outward, as in, it had been recording the room. I froze. My brain refused to process it. I turned it over in my hands. It was still on, a tiny red blinking light. I immediately yanked out the memory card, shoved it into my laptop, and opened the most recent video file. The footage was from the night before. It showed my own apartment, my own living room, me sitting on the couch, scrolling my phone, totally oblivious. I felt sick. But then the footage kept going. At 3:46 a.m., I saw myself asleep in my bedroom. The room was dark. Everything was still. And then, the fabric of the couch moved. I watched, horrified, as the bottom of the couch lifted slight, just a fraction of an inch, like something inside had shifted. Then the video cut off. I slammed my laptop shut, my whole body shaking. This wasn't just a hidden camera. Someone had been inside the couch. My phone buzzed. A text message from an unknown number. "I see you found my spot. Mind if I come back in?" I lost it, grabbed my keys, ran out of my apartment so fast I almost tripped. I haven't been back since. I called my landlord. I didn't know what to say, just that something was wrong and that I needed someone to check my unit. An hour later, I got a call back. The door was locked when we got there, no signs of a break-in. I could barely speak. "Did you check the couch?" A pause. Then, What couch? My stomach dropped. I made them go back and check. They searched the whole apartment. No couch. Nothing. Like it had never been there. I checked Craigslist, tried to find the original listing. It was gone. The guy who gave it to me, account deleted. It was like the whole thing had never happened. But I know it did. I haven't been back to my apartment. I don't want to be. Because now, I can't stop thinking about it. That couch was big. And if there was space inside it for a camera, there was space inside it for something else. Or someone else. And I think they got out. For context, I'm a middle-aged man living on the outskirts of Whitford, a quiet market town in northern England. My house sits at the end of a long country lane, the last in a row of older, stone-built homes. There's a railway track that runs behind my back garden, though it's mostly freight trains and the occasional late-night passenger service. From my bedroom window, I can see Whitford Station, its dim orange glow barely illuminating the empty platform at night. It's convenient, really work in the city, so I never miss the morning train. I know the schedule by heart. That's why I was so confused when I first noticed the 2:42 train on Wednesday, 3rd May. It woke me up. I sleep lightly, always have, and the distant rumble of wheels on steel pulled me from a restless dream. Groggy, I sat up in bed, turned toward the window, and peered through the blinds. A single carriage train had stopped at the station. No logo, no branding. Just a dull gray exterior, its windows completely black. No passengers, no driver, no station announcements. I frowned. There was number 242 service. The last scheduled train passed at 11:58 p.m., and the next one wasn't due until 5:15 a.m. I watched for a moment longer, expecting it to pull away. It didn't. It just sat there humming faintly under the flickering platform lights. Then, after exactly 30 seconds, it moved. No engine roar, no clatter of tracks. Just a smooth, silent glide until it disappeared into the night. I checked the schedule online. Nothing. I assumed it was some unscheduled maintenance service. Still, I made a mental note of it and went back to sleep. But the next night, it happened again. And the night after that, I watched the 2:42 train every night for a week, always stopping for precisely 30 seconds, always empty. It never made a sound except for the faint hum of its idling engine. I asked around. Nobody else had noticed it, not my co-workers, not the handful of neighbors I had. Even the guy at the ticket office looked at me like I was mad when I asked about a 2:42 train. So, I started keeping notes. 2:42 a.m., train arrives. 2 hours 42 minutes and 30 seconds a.m., train departs. No passengers, no driver, no sound. I even took pictures, but every time I looked at them in the morning, they were completely black. I posted about it online, trying to find some explanation. Most people ignored me, but one comment stood out. Don't board it. That was it, no context, just that warning. I shrugged it off. I wasn't planning on stepping onto a mystery ghost train in the middle of the night. But then came Tuesday, 16th May. That night, the train arrived as usual, but as I lay in bed, watching from the safety of my window, I heard something that made my stomach drop. A scream. Not a distant, muffled sound, not something carried on the wind. It was clear, raw, panicked. Somebody was inside the train. I bolted upright, my heart hammering. The scream cut off abruptly, leaving only the soft hum of the idling engine. I stared at the train, my gut twisted. For the first time in weeks, I felt genuinely afraid. I reached for my phone, no signal. I checked the Wi-Fi, disconnected. I flicked the bedside lamp, nothing. My entire house had lost power. That was when I noticed something else. Outside, beyond the station, the entire town was dark, no streetlights, no houses glowing in the distance. Just blackness. It was as if the world had stopped. I hesitated. Every part of my brain screamed at me to stay inside, to ignore whatever was happening out there. But that scream, I couldn't pretend I hadn't heard it. I grabbed a flashlight, threw on a coat, and stepped out into the night. The air was thick and still, too quiet. I walked down the garden path, my breath loud in the silence. The distant hum of the train felt wrong, like it was vibrating through my chest. I reached the station. The train doors were open. The interior was pitch black. I stood there, flashlight trembling in my grip. I thought of that comment, "Don't board it." But someone had screamed. Someone was in there. I took a deep breath and stepped inside. The second my foot touched the metal floor, the doors slammed shut. I spun around, yanking at the handle, locked. The lights flickered to life. And then I saw her. A girl no older than 8, sitting alone at the far end of the carriage. She had long black hair, and she was wearing a white dress stained with dirt. Her face was buried in her hands, her shoulders trembling. I took a cautious step forward. "Hey, are you all right?" I asked. No response. I swallowed hard. My pulse thumped in my throat. I took another step, closing the distance between us. "Are you hurt? Do you need help?" She stopped shaking. Then, in a whisper so soft I barely heard it, "You shouldn't have gotten on." My flashlight flickered and died. Darkness swallowed us whole. Then, from the far end of the carriage, a sound. Low, wheezing breaths. Slow, deliberate footsteps. Coming closer. I turned my head toward the aisle, heart hammering. The dim emergency lights cast faint shadows, just enough to see something moving. A figure. Tall, wrong. It moved in unnatural jerks, its elongated limbs dragging against the seats. The girl lifted her head. I saw her face. Her eyes were black holes. Her lips curled into a sad, knowing smile. "You can't leave now," she whispered. The figure lunged. I threw myself backward, scrambling toward the door. My hands hammered against the glass, my breath ragged. "Let me out! Let me out!" The train lurched forward. The last thing I saw before the world blurred. Was the girl watching me? And the shadow crawling closer. The train wasn't stopping. Outside, the world blurred not like normal motion, but as if reality itself was melting, warping, shifting in ways my mind couldn't comprehend. It wasn't just speed, it was wrong. I slammed my fists against the door, my breath sharp and ragged. "Stop the train, let me off." The girl stayed seated, her small hands neatly folded in her lap. Her dark eyes never blinked. "You can't leave yet," she said softly. The thing in the aisle, the shadow with limbs too long, too jagged, was crawling closer. Its hunched form scraped against the ceiling, its breath a horrible wet rasp. It didn't hurry. It didn't need to. I stumbled backward, my body pressed against the door. My hands shook as I searched for something, anything to defend myself. My flashlight was dead. My phone had no signal. The emergency hammer. There, bolted next to the window. I lunged for it, yanking the small red-handled hammer free. My fingers tightened around it, my breath coming in gasps. The creature stopped. It cocked its head at an unnatural angle, as if it had never seen someone fight back before. Then it laughed. A dry, rattling sound like bones scraping together. I didn't wait. I raised the hammer and swung. The window shattered. Cold air rushed in as glass sprayed into the carriage. The wind howled, pulling at my clothes, tugging me toward the open void. For a split second, I thought I could make it. Jump, tumble, roll, escape. Then the girl stood. Don't. It wasn't a command. It wasn't a threat. It was a plea. The way she said it, I hesitated, just for a second. And in that second, the thing grabbed me. Its fingers weren't fingers, just cold, stretching tendrils that wrapped around my wrist, around my shoulder, my chest. It yanked me back into the train with impossible strength, slamming me onto the floor. Pain exploded through my ribs, my lungs emptied. I struggled, twisting, trying to break free, but the thing's grip only tightened. I turned my head, gasping, and saw the girl watching me. Not scared, not amused, just watching. Like she had seen this happen before. The train rattled, the walls trembling like they were barely holding together. The overhead lights flickered wildly, casting the creature's writhing form in half light, half shadow. I knew what would happen next. I wouldn't leave this train. I would vanish. I would become one of the missing people you hear about on the news. Just another unsolved case, a name that fades from memory. Unless I broke the cycle. With the last of my strength, I twisted my body, swinging the hammer again. This time, not at the window. At the girl. She flinched, just a flicker of surprise. And the creature screamed. A sound that shook the entire train, splitting metal, shattering lights. Everything exploded. The train, the windows, the seats, all of it, shattered into a storm of glass and shadows. I felt myself falling, not forward, not backward, just falling. The girl's voice echoed. Run. Then, impact. A rush of air. I hit the ground, hard. My body skidded against rough gravel, pain jolting up my spine. The world wasn't moving anymore. I coughed, blinking against the sharp, early morning light. I was on the tracks. Cold steel rails stretched out before me. Behind me, nothing. No train, no wreckage. Just empty, silent railway tracks. I was alive. I groaned, rolling onto my back. My ribs screamed in protest. My palms were scraped raw. I forced myself to sit up, looking around. Whitford Station was ahead. The sun was rising. I turned toward the horizon, my breath catching. The station clock read 5:13 a.m. I had made it. I climbed to my feet, staggering toward the platform. My legs were shaking, my lungs burned. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. The 2:42 train was gone, and I knew somehow that it would never come back. The first thing I did when I got home was lock every door and window. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. My entire body ached, and my mind wouldn't stop replaying the night over and over again. The shadow, the train, the girl. Who was she? Why did she warn me in the end? I don't know. I don't think I ever will. But I do know one thing. The train had been waiting for me. And if I had stayed on it, if I hadn't fought back, I would have been lost forever. It took me a while to get back to some kind of normal. I moved away, not far, just to the city, somewhere with people, noise, life. I never spoke about what happened. Who would believe me? But sometimes, late at night, when I close my eyes, I hear it, a distant hum. Not from a car, not from the city, from tracks that no longer exist, a train that no longer runs, a train that I refuse to remember,